Am I supposed to keep it?
I don't know. I asked you if he was cracking up.
He's always playing.
The whole thing.
Good morning to everyone. We call the March meeting of the Board of Regents to order. Mr. President, I would ask that you would join me and the Provost at the podium for the recognition of the McKnight Land Grant professors.
Very good. You do all the work.
Yeah. Handshakes.
Good morning. I'm privileged to recognize this year's recipients of the McKnight Land Grant Professor Award, which is designed to advance the careers of our most promising junior faculty members at the beginning stages of their professional careers. The McKnight Land Grant Professorship is a 2-year appointment that includes a research grant of $25,000 in each of the 2 years. Recipients will also receive a certificate today that reads, "The Regents of the University of Minnesota, on the advice of the faculty and the Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs and Provost, hereby appoint you as a 2016-2018 McKnight Land Grant Professor in recognition of significant potential for academic distinction with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities attached thereto." Signed by Brian Steeves, Executive Director, Eric W. Kaler, President, and Dean Johnson, Board Chair. There are 8 recipients this year whom we'll invite up one by one. President Kaler and I will present the certificate, and I will read a brief summary of the work they will pursue with the support of the award. Recipients, after receiving your certificate, please join me and President Kaler and Chair Johnson at the Regents seal for a photo, then step to your right and wait as the subsequent recipients are recognized. Then we'll ask you to pose for a group photo before you greet the Regents and return to your seats. So we'll begin with Sheng Chong, Assistant Professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering and Materials Science, College of Science and Engineering, Twin Cities campus. Dr. Cheng studies the physics of soft materials, a broad class of condensed matter which has important technological applications and forms the basis of most biological systems. Using state-of-the-art imaging techniques, Dr. Cheng investigates the structural origin of soft material flows and aims to design complex fluids with controllable fluid properties. Megan Kraft, Assistant Professor in the Department of Veterinary Population Medicine, College of Veterinary Medicine, Twin Cities campus. Dr. Kraft's research is focused on understanding and controlling the spread of disease within and between animal populations, a matter of growing concern. Disease dynamics in complex ecological systems are often challenging to study, but mathematical models allow for virtual experiments not altogether feasible in the real world. Dr. Kraft's research integrates field-based empirical data with theoretical models to devise more effective disease control strategies, an approach which has applications for animals of conservation concern, as well as for domestic animals, food security, and public health. Jed T. Ellison, Assistant Professor in the Institute for Child Development, College of Education and Human Development, Twin Cities campus. Dr. Ellison is advancing an interdisciplinary program of research situated at the intersection of infant social cognition, the development of the social brain, and the emergence of clinically impairing behaviors during the toddler and preschool age periods. Much of his work focuses on identifying neural biomarkers of autism prior to the overt manifestation of the disorder. This is a strategy that will foster new approaches to the prevention of neurodevelopmental disorders. Emma Goldberg, Assistant Professor in the Department of Ecology, Evolution, and Behavior, College of Biological Sciences, Twin Cities campus. Dr. Goldberg seeks to unravel the evolutionary mysteries of plant reproduction and biogeography. A central challenge in evolutionary biology is understanding how processes in the distant past have shaped the patterns observed today. How do the diverse reproductive strategies found in flowering plants affect speciation and extinction? How are the geographic distributions of species shaped by the physical environment and other species? Dr. Goldberg addresses these questions by developing computational tools to analyze the evolutionary relationships among species and by developing mathematical models of adaptation and competition. Gia-Rong Hong, Assistant Professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, College of Science and Engineering, Twin Cities campus. Fluid flow phenomena occur over a wide range of spatial and temporal scales. As these phenomena are studied across different disciplines in science and engineering. However, current flow diagnostic tools are insufficient to provide key measurements needed to address a number of basic problems in the field of fluid dynamics. Dr. Hong's research focuses on developing innovative flow imaging techniques to understand the fundamental physics involved in complex fluid behavior for practical applications in renewable energy and high-speed transportation. Neha Jain, Associate Professor in the School of Law, Twin Cities campus. Professor Jain is working to answer the question, who should be held responsible for mass atrocity? International criminal courts typically focus on prosecuting senior leaders, who are generally far from the physical scene of the crimes and remote from the victims who experience them, leaving other alleged perpetrators to be held accountable through domestic processes. Does the failure to prosecute lower-level offenders distort historical and political reality, betray victim expectations, and defeat the possibility of transitional justice? Professor Jain examines whether accountability for international crimes can be individualized and if senior leaders should be the dominant focus of responsibility mechanisms at the international level. Barry Kudrowitz, Assistant Professor in the Department of Design, Housing and Apparel, College of Design, Twin Cities campus. Dr. Kudrowitz seeks to understand how we evaluate and teach creativity, which is the current battleground for economic competitiveness. His research involves the assessment of practices used in team-based idea generation and creativity testing. One focus of this effort is the exploration of how play and humor can be used to fuel innovation in both industry and academia. William C.K. Pomerantz, Assistant Professor in the Department of Chemistry, College of Science and Engineering, Twin Cities campus. Dr. Pomerantz is not able to be here today, but I'd like to share a glimpse of his work with you. Dr. Pomerantz gets his inspiration from fluorination. In his lab, he seeks to perturb the physical interaction between proteins, transcription factors, by designing small drug-like molecules. These interactions between proteins dictate the information flow from inside cells that can sometimes lead to disease. Transcription factors thus represent a major class of potential drug targets, and Dr. Pomerantz is investigating new approaches using fluorine, which could significantly increase the potential drug targets and open up new avenues for discovery. So please join me in congratulating this year's McKnight Land Grant professors.
I like. Well, you.
Again, we congratulate our McKnight Land Grant professors and their dedication and fine work at this university. Approval of minutes. I would seek a motion and second for the minutes.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Is not, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevailed. Mr. President, we look forward to your report as you share with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, some people call this period March Madness, and some days that label certainly resonates with me. But I assure you there's been a logical and remarkable method to our march, and I'd like to spell it out for you. Let's start with the M in March, which stands today for UMM, or Minnesota Morris. Next week, some of you will join me in celebrating the extraordinary contributions of Morris Chancellor Jackie Johnson, who's retiring after a decade of remarkable service to this university, to the Morris campus, and to the communities in and around Stevens County. Later today, Jackie will share with you the Morris Strategic Plan, an ideal start to our conversation with all of our chancellors about their unique campus plans and how they relate to and align with, in some ways, the Twin Cities Strategic Plan. And that should begin to form a cohesive system priorities. Chancellor Johnson has put her indelible mark on the Morris campus, reinforcing its commitment to diversity, sustainability, and the power of the liberal arts. Our search for her successor is in its closing stages, and finalists have been on campus for interviews this week and last. Many thanks to Jackie, and I look forward to honoring her on April 8th in what is being officially called Jackie Fest. After M in March comes A, and that's for advocacy. Since March 3rd, 5 days before the legislative session officially began, I've testified 5 times before various House and Senate committees on a variety of topics, but mostly to advocate for our capital request and our supplemental budget request. And I appreciate the presence of many of you at the hearings. Vice Presidents Herman, Jackson, Fitzenreiter, and Wheelock, and Vice Provost McMaster have also contributed yeoman duty as we articulated our value and impact openly and fully. And I'm hopeful that, on most matters, we have the support of lawmakers on both sides of the aisle and the governor. Tuesday's Support the U-Day rally and lobbying day has also fueled our momentum. Legislators hear from us all the time, but when our students, faculty, staff, and alumni communicate the importance of our capital and supplemental budget requests, they bring convincing and passionate real-life stories. I'm not sure, no one's sure, how the politics of the session will shake out. But I do know that we've been working very hard to explain our real needs, in particular around facilities, and I heard many good things at our breakfast yesterday with legislators. I am particularly committed to HEAPR, and I always remind people that HEAPR is cheaper in many ways, and I'm going to show you a little video that I hope brightens your morning.
Really, Mr. President?
Thank you. Social media is a wonderful thing that has been out and about, and that explains the peeps at your places today. Enjoy. Moving on, the R in March stands for rankings. As I said yesterday at our work session on the Academic Health Center, while rankings are always reflective of true quality and different publications use a wide variety of criteria, it's certainly nice to be recognized by external observers. We noted yesterday the #2 national ranking of our College of Pharmacy and other top rankings in the AHC. In recent U.S. News and World Report rankings of just about every program in the nation, we also hit some major home runs. Our Carlson School Information System program is ranked 4th in the nation. Our College of Science and Engineering, Chemical Engineering, Material Science Department is ranked 2nd in the nation. Our College of Liberal Arts Department of Psychology is 1st in the nation in the areas of developmental psychology and industrial and organizational psychology, and 4th in clinical psychology. CLA's Macroeconomics Department is 5th in the nation, as is our College of Science and Engineering's Applied Math program. Our Women's History program is 7th in the nation. Our African History program is 8th. Our Humphrey School jumped to 8th in the nation among 270 public affairs schools. I think that's the top 3%. We're very good, and we need to keep moving forward to indisputable greatness. C is for campus climate, which is a priority of mine. This past month, we've seen much discussion on campus, nationally and locally, about immigration, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, transgender issues, and more. As a place of real diversity, the university becomes a center for healthy conversation and sometimes passionate debate. Last month, we named a bias response team to rapidly address events that threaten our students and campus community and that demand a quick response. Unfortunately, the team had to go into action last week when we were victimized by a hacker who hacked into the printers of many other colleges and universities around the country and printed out graphic, anti-Semitic, and racially charged leaflets that were disgusting. Bias response team worked closely with our Office of Information Technology, communicated rapidly, and offered assistance to those who saw the document, providing a great example of its purpose and goals. And finally, on a happier note, H is for hockey, as in national champions. Again, our Gopher women's hockey team won its 4th NCAA title in 5 years, its 7th in its history, and a place in all of our hearts for doing it with class and integrity on and off the ice. Congratulations to Coach Brad Frost and all of our student athletes. Congratulations, too, to UMD's men's hockey team, who finished in the Elite Eight of the NCAA men's tournament, and to the 69 Gopher athletes who were named to the academic All-Big Ten team for maintaining GPAs of at least 3.0. Meanwhile, as you know, our search for a new Gopher athletics director is moving forward. We announced last week a 16-person search committee, which include representatives from faculty and community stakeholders. We've engaged a nationally respected search firm, Turnkey, to work with us and help ensure confidentiality to the candidates. It will be a high visibility search and a critical hire. We need a leader who understands intercollegiate athletics and places student-athlete welfare, academic integrity, and gender equity at the core of all he or she does. We also need a passionate advocate and a champion who can connect with our fans and donors across Minnesota and beyond, together fueling Gopher athletics success in the classroom and in competition. And I'm confident this position will attract such a person. I met with the search committee this week and directed its members to review all qualified candidates fairly and without bias. For this search to be successful, we must have a diverse pool of candidates, and all of them need to be confident that their interests will remain confidential until or if they become finalists. My goal is to have a new Gopher sports leader in place by spring's end. Add it all up, and it's spelled a month to be proud of, and one that will drive us forward as we race towards the finish line of this legislative session and this academic year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Report of the chair to the board and to the public. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to host state legislators for breakfast and stress the importance of investing in the university. State support for HEPR, the Chemistry and Advanced Materials Science Building in Duluth, a health sciences education facility, a plant growth research facility, classroom upgrades, and Pillsbury Hall renovation will benefit students and all Minnesota citizens for decades to come. We also spent time yesterday visiting the College of Science and Engineering. During the visit, we were able to interact with students and faculty and learn about the cutting-edge research. I can attest to the brilliance of our faculty and the great value they bring to our students. It was a wonderful visit that helped Regents gain a fuller understanding of the university in support of our governance role. Thank you, Dean Crouch and his staff, for hosting us. On behalf of the entire board, I would like to take a moment to recognize the courage and character of Thomas Stoley, a University of Minnesota Twin City campus freshman from Duluth. Mr. Stoley was jogging this past Sunday when he saw a woman straddling the railing of a bridge over the river between the east and west banks of the campus. He stopped, asked her how she was, didn't leave her when she told him to go away. He then got a passerby to call police and talked with her for about 20 minutes before grabbing hold of her and bringing her to safety. It's worth noting that Mr. Stoley works on campus as a security monitor. The security monitor program is offered through UMPD, providing safety escorts for any student, staff, faculty, or visitor traveling to and from various campus locations and nearby neighborhoods. He was off duty at the time. Thomas Stoley had class this morning and couldn't be here in person. This young man stopped what he saw when he saw someone in trouble, stayed the course, and helped prevent a tragedy. He demonstrated great character, and we applaud his courage this morning, and I would ask that we give him a round of applause. And to conclude my remarks, as previously mentioned by the President, we as a board want to congratulate the Gopher women's hockey team for their recent victory, earning them a 4th NCAA title in the past 5 years. These fantastic student athletes are an inspiration to us all. And that concludes the chair's report this morning. We will receive and file reports as noted in this month's docket. The consent report, I would entertain a motion for the consent report this morning.
So move.
One second, Regent Simmons.
I was hoping you would allow me to make a comment on the filed report.
Absolutely. Regent Simmons.
Thank you. I was really hoping. I just think it's worth celebrating and acknowledging the success the university experienced in the recent accreditation review. And I just want to congratulate the president and the provost and the faculty and the staff for an outstanding review. And you think of all the ways the university's held accountable. Well, one of them is by this external accrediting body and process. And we got really marvelous response. And now I think we're good for a decade until the next go-round. So I thought we ought to, as a board, be very pleased about this outcome and congratulate the university.
Thank you for those comments, Regent Simmons, and appreciate the fact you brought it to our attention. The consent report, Regent Devine moved. Is there a second?
I second.
And it's been moved in second. Any discussion on the consent report? Any discussion? If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion to fail. Report of the student representatives to the board. We invite Ms. Livengood and Mr. Schroeder to come to the table this morning. We thank you both for being here, and we look forward to your report.
Thank you.
Oh.
Okay. Chair Johnson, members of the board, President Kaler. The report this year is the result of 7 months of work on the part of this year's student representatives. We have brainstormed together, shared our various academic experiences, and learned about other campus environments and cultures. It is through these activities that we came to our theme for this year's report: diversity and inclusivity. Specifically, we have decided to focus on 3 main topics that pertain to the diversity and inclusivity of the entire University of Minnesota system. These topics include mental health, the retention and attraction of students and faculty of color, and transfer students. Additionally, we will be making a statement pertaining to today's resolution to increase non-resident, non-reciprocity tuition. The first topic discussed in our report is mental health. Mental health problems are diverse, prevalent, and growing among university students. Over 1 in 3 students at the University of Minnesota have been diagnosed with a mental health condition, and these rates are even higher among many historically marginalized communities. Of those students diagnosed with a mental health condition, over half report their mental health issue having affected their academic performance. Additionally, it has been found that graduation rates nationally for students with mental health conditions are lower than those without them. There are a variety of barriers that currently exist that prevent students from receiving the much-needed treatment and support they need for their mental health. These barriers fall into 2 main categories: stigma and awareness, and resource access. Although the prevalence of mental health conditions is high, there is also a barrier to treatment due to a lack of education and stigma surrounding mental health. Over 1 in 4 students on campus cited stigma alone as a main reason for not seeking mental health treatment. Additionally, even if a student decides to seek treatment, they may be unaware of where to look for help. In fact, there is a general lack of knowledge of available mental health resources across the board. Beyond the stigma and awareness issues that are preventing students from getting treatment, there's also a fundamental problem with resource access. Mental health services are in such high demand on some campuses that both primary care providers and counseling services quickly resort to wait lists. Between time spent on wait lists and time waiting for an appointment, students can wait for up to a month or more before they are able to receive treatment for their mental health concerns. In fact, this trend of a lack of supply was consistent across the system. The root cause of these access issues is a resource problem. Nearly all campuses face extreme demand pressures and stagnant budgets, and this is greatly impacting the type and quality of care given. Significant financial resources are needed to improve the current state of mental health. There are a variety of challenges with mental health occurring across the system, and the Board of Regents is in a unique position to correct them. It is clear that to this point, the priority of mental health is not reflective of the scale of the problem, and the university has historically been reactive in their approach to the topic. Recent efforts by some administrators to provide mental health should be commended, including the provost's commitment of short-term bridge funding to hire 4 new mental health staff members on the Twin Cities campus. However, these steps are not sufficient for the long term. Insulating mental health services from budget cuts and sporadically supplementing their budgets does not solve the underlying resource problems. To maintain the status quo would be a willful disservice to student health. With this in mind, the student representatives to the Board of Regents recommend the following, which you can see on the slide in front of me. Provide additional resources of funding for both mental health services and evaluate alternative financing models to ensure sustained support. Establish a comprehensive system-wide strategy on student mental health by spring of 2017. Establish an unambiguous mandate for the administration to develop campus-specific action plans for student mental health by spring of 2017. And finally, commission the development of an annual report on student mental health. I will now hand it off to Corey Schroeder, Vice Chair, to continue with our second topic.
Thank you, Callie, Chair Johnson, members of the board, and President Kaler. The second topic discussed in a report highlights the continuing efforts of the university, as well as offering recommendations on retaining and attracting students and faculty of color. On the Twin Cities campus, 26.8% of current students enrolled are students of color. This number varies across the system campuses, as well as the undergraduate, graduate, and professional levels. It is vital to have a diverse student body that allows for a breadth of perspectives that enhances the quality of learning at the university. With that in mind, I will discuss the need to further understand the campus climate in order to retain students of color. Many offices on the Twin Cities campus have made an effort to promote a campus climate that is welcoming and inviting to every university student. Additionally, there have been measures taken by the Improving Campus Climate Initiative that has been guiding the conversation on this topic for 2 years. However, even with these conversations and initiatives, we are still seeing a divide in the campus climate between white students and students of color. In a survey that was conducted by the Minnesota Student Association, we can clearly see the divide between white students and students of color. The specific data from the survey can be found on page 89 of your docket. In order to respond to the needs of students of color, it is important to discuss resources and programming. The university has made clear efforts to support students of color by providing specific resources and programs designed for these students. As some of you may recall, in 2014, students at the university, along with 26 other universities, created a list of diversity demands. These demands highlight the types of support and programming that students of color want to see on their campus. While some of the university campuses meet many of these demands, a number of them go unfulfilled. There's a wide range of programming initiatives that are offered on university campuses. However, the Twin Cities and Duluth campuses are able to provide a much larger range of programming to their students in comparison to the Crookston, Morris, and Rochester campuses. In fact, the Rochester campus has no official office to support students of color on their campus. Due to the wide variance of programming across the university, the student representatives recommend that the university establish a standard of quality resources and programming for students of color to which all campuses in the university must adhere. To conclude on this portion, we would also like to address the need for a mechanism that can disseminate information across the system campuses in regards to university scholarships and academic enrichment opportunities. One example we would like to highlight is the SEED scholarship that is offered through the Office of Equity and Diversity on the Twin Cities campus. Although students from all campuses have been awarded the SEED scholarship, many students who do not attend the university or the Twin Cities campus are not made aware of their eligibility for this award, as well as other opportunities. And now I would like to move on to the retention of faculty of color. It is important that the faculty reflect the diversity of our student body populations. This is why we would like to discuss a couple factors that we believe can help with retention and in many ways attraction of faculty of color. The retention component that we have identified as necessary and currently missing is a formal mentoring program that is consistent across colleges and academic programs. Research has shown that mentoring programs for faculty of color are one of the most effective ways of retaining faculty of color. We do recognize that there may be mentorship programs that exist in individual campus departments, but they are not offered equally to each college or department on every campus. The following portion is focused on graduate and professional students of color at the university. As you all may know, the Office of Equity and Diversity has designed the Diversity Pre-Doctoral Fellowship Program. The program is designed to prepare up-and-coming faculty of color in their last year of PhD work. The Diversity Pre-Doctoral Fellowship helps to bring faculty of color to the Duluth and Morris campuses, where these faculty contribute to varying disciplines. As the university strives to increase the number of faculty of color system-wide, the expansion of the Diversity Pre-Doctoral Fellowship Program should be taken into consideration. This program exemplifies a simple, cost-effective way that the university can recruit from within, retain from within, and grow from within. The Diversity Pre-Doctoral Fellowship Program is truly unique, given that many of the pre-doctoral fellowships available at other Big Ten institutions are not designed specifically for pre-doctoral students of color. Moreover, other pre-doctoral fellowships are often discipline-specific, whereas the university's program encourages pre-doctoral candidates of color in any field to apply. The second program we are advocating for is the Bridge Funding for Faculty of Color Hires. This program, as you may know, provides financial support to academic departments that have identified highly desirable candidates of color to fill full-time tenured or tenure-track positions. The Bridge Funding Initiative is a tool that can be leveraged to recruit and retain talented faculty throughout the university system. In order for the university to remain proactive in its goal to recruit and retain faculty of color, it is imperative that the Bridge Funding and the Diversity Pre-Doctoral Fellowship Program are supported as fully as possible. I will now pass it back to Chair Livingood.
The third topic we addressed in this year's report is transfer students, and there are two main classifications of transfer students: those who come from within the university system, referred to as intra-university transfers, and those who transfer from outside of the system, referred to as new advanced standing students. In order to ensure the success of these transfer students, support through specific transfer resources and programming is vital. This programming typically falls into two categories: support and orientation. Support and orientation programs are intended to introduce new transfer students to their campus and the University of Minnesota. However, the format of these programs can vary depending on the campus and type of transfer student. For example, one resource that is available on the Twin Cities campus is the Living Learning Community in Centennial Hall. This resource gave a venue through which transfer students could meet students with similar experiences and create a community and sense of belonging. This type of programming does not exist on other system campuses. Due to the success of this program on the Twin Cities campus, the student representatives recommend offering on-campus living learning communities across the system. In the research that was done on the topic of transfer students, a consistent theme continued to emerge. Students continued to indicate a lack of cohesive campus culture and spirit as a current dissatisfaction. Information regarding culture, including ways to adapt to a new campus climate, is critical. It was also found that on average, inter-university transfer students received much fewer resources in their orientations, and therefore the student representatives recommend the inclusion of inter-university transfer students into orientation programs currently being offered to external transfer students. Another valuable and unique program that increases the number of transfer students to the university is the MinCap program that provides guaranteed admission to certain degree programs from local Minnesota state colleges. However, this program is limited in the types of academic programs you can be admitted to due to its prerequisites. Yet this program has historically attracted more diverse transfer students than any other transfer admissions program. This program could potentially increase the accessibility of our university, expand the pool of applicants, and strengthen our relationships with other local institutions. Therefore, the student representatives recommend that additional research be conducted regarding the MinCap program to determine its benefits, consequences, and feasibility of expanding the number of degrees and campuses available to incoming students. And I will pass it back to Mr. Schroeder to give our brief statement on the non-resident, non-reciprocity tuition.
Affordable tuition rates are extremely important for recruiting and retaining diverse and talented student populations. The chart provided on page 102 in your docket illustrates the proposed tuition increase along with past increases going back 40 years. Many students are concerned that this significant increase will affect the university's ability to attract diverse groups of students. One of the first factors many non-resident, non-reciprocity students consider when deciding on a school is affordability. This change will severely lower the likelihood that qualified, non-resident, non-reciprocity students will initially consider attending the university. Many students are extremely disappointed regarding the process of this proposed change of strategy. The reasons behind the proposed tuition increase have not been articulated in a transparent way, and the critical details, especially for tuition waivers and buy-downs, have not been considered by the greater campus community. For the aforementioned reasons, the student representatives strongly caution the Board of Regents on the rapid increases in non-resident, non-reciprocity student tuition rates. Lastly, the student representatives ask for additional transparency in decision-making and communications with students and families relating to this topic. Thank you.
This concludes our report. We'll now take questions.
Thank you very much to both of you for your work and dedication and caring about your fellow students at this university. Regent Devine.
First of all, I'd like to thank both of you for your work and all of the participants that are a part of this. And there's you speaking on behalf of a number of other students that have been involved in this effort this year. And I'd like to often say your report isn't often, gone through and vetted out in the media and so on, but your 33-page report, I think, is the best that I've seen in the time that I've been a Regent. The footnoting, the accuracy, the detail that you went to, I want to acknowledge very, very fully here today. And thank you very much for that effort. On the three issues that you bring the attention to, the issue of diversity only further reinforces what the board's doing right now. I think the additional dive down into the detail of that is wonderful. I appreciate getting that. I'm sure that will be incorporated into our thinking going forward in a number of different ways. The issue on mental health, I think, couldn't be more timely. That effort and what's gone on this year has brought that further to our attention. I think that's been very, very important. The issues of uniformity of what we're doing system-wide, all of the issues of that, I'm sure will be greatly appreciated by those that are behind the scenes working through that. And the final issue of transfers, I really want to talk about that for one more second here and comment. A third of our graduates right now at the University of Minnesota are transfers somewhere in the system and or from MNSCU into our system. And the attention that you're calling to this issue is paramount. It affects us in a number of different ways, and from a programming standpoint, the orientation component is particularly well noted by myself. I think it's an issue that we've all looked at. And then finally, when we look at the overall issues of the housing, of how we impact the housing, it's been a part of our ongoing dialogue to that extent. The question I want to ask now, is after making that little statement, is will this work continue next year? You've presented it. What will be the follow-up of what you're trying to do in terms of carrying this forward to your successors and those behind you to make sure that this gets implemented? What is your efforts and what do you look at going forward on that?
Ms. Livingood?
Thank you, Chair Johnson and Regent Devine. That's actually a really good question. We have been working with each one of the student representatives, have been speaking with campus administrators on all of these topics, and I know that personally all of them have reached out to follow up with the people they've been speaking with. That advocacy alone has opened so many doors for us to be able to speak with administrators about this topic. Just recently, the provost gave additional support for mental health. I think that topic alone is going to be pushed very far forward. I think the relationship building that we've done this year is going to be our biggest strength in moving forward with these topics. I know the Minnesota Student Association has got a lot of this queued up for the next year too. So,
thank you. Regent Rocha?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Comment and then a question. The focus on developing a process for identifying and supporting future faculty of color, I think, is exceptionally well placed. And what I'm struck by is we had this conversation recently, and I'm trying to recall if both of you were in that conference or if it was
We might have been.
In that committee meeting where we talked about the fact that, we haven't had great success there, but in large part because the candidacy is so low. And I am appreciative of the fact that the student representatives are bringing this issue forward and identifying these things, so I congratulate you on that. On the last topic, when you talked about the tuition, the potential changes in the tuition structure and so on, and, the proposals and so on, do you find it a function of the students being concerned about the yield the actual cost, or is it the optics of a higher rate with, with the opportunity for waivers, which is the norm among our peers in the conference? Because we're talking about two things. One is the actual price, and then that is what somebody actually pays. What do you see as the primary concern?
Ms. Schroeder, or Ms. Livengood?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Johnson, Regent Rocha. I think the primary concern among students is one that we don't know exactly what that buy-down looks like at this point. And two, I think that a lot of students who are in high school and their families who often are not as familiar with the structure of higher education don't understand the difference between sticker price and price you're going to pay. And I think that will impact the amount of students who look here in the first place. I think when speaking to my peers from out-of-state schools, they often, that's the first thing they look at. They think, this is $50,000, I can't go here, there's no way. Because they don't understand fundamentally the idea of a buy-down. So.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Regent Rocha?
Thank you. So, you had indicated in an earlier conversation that you had applied to multiple schools in the Big Ten and perhaps some others, including the highest price, including the Michigans and so on, in that it was ultimately where you're accepted and what your package looks like that drives that. Isn't it fairly commonplace that students now are applying to multiple schools under common application processes, and then it's ultimately what they're receiving as a reward that drives their decision? Isn't that accurate?
Ms. Livengood?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Johnson, Regent Rocha. Great question. I did apply to several different schools with higher prices. I think the point that's really important to note there, though, is that students don't know about those packages until very late into the decision often. I personally stopped looking at a lot of those high-priced schools very quickly because I realized that I would not be able to afford it. I think that there's also a difference between looking at schools based only on price and looking at schools based on resources. So I think to be able to get students to come here, you need to be able to have that affordable price. I think it's very important.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Simmons?
Thank you. The student representatives bring great value to our discussions and our decisions, and I really appreciate it, whether you're presenting at this board, talking to us individually, or serving at the committees. It's highly valuable. We make better decisions with your input. One of the things that I want to just acknowledge to you is the issue of mental health is very important to us as well. And this week, Regents Broad and Lucas and I met with the provost to discuss the largest provider of student health services, and that is Boynton. And we recognize it's not only the direct health care delivery to the student that matters, it's consideration of the broader community, because mental health particularly affects a broader group socially. So please know we share your very deep interest in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Omari?
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. To all the student representatives, I appreciate this report. Regent Devine said that this is the best one that he's read, and I concur, even better than the two that I helped to create back in the day. Not that that says much. But the wonderful thing about this is we have data with concrete recommendations, and I really look at this as a call to the board. It's a call to action, and so we're either going to take it and we're going to do something with it, or we're not. And so I really look at this as a serious and very open, direct call for us to respond. So I really appreciate that. The question that I have, I think, relates to all of them, but particularly the last two items, or the second two items, and it's about how I'm seeking advice on how we balance the central charge, if you will, coming from a system-wide charge with context, and how important the context of all of the campuses and even within the colleges and departments are. So how would you recommend that we balance a central mandate while allowing for the contextual relevance?
Ms. Livengood?
Thank you, Chair Johnson, Regent Omari. I think what's important and something that is often downplayed is the unique culture of each campus. I think that when you have students who are transferring into a certain specific college or a certain campus, I think that they often note the culture, but the university may not note it. I think that we as the University of Minnesota have a very strong brand as a system, but it's important to let schools build on and support their own unique brand and be able to perpetuate that to students who are looking at their schools, because each one has a very unique offering. I think also when looking at specifically maybe transfer students who may be wanting to go to the Twin Cities campus, I think it says something when we're admitting them to a system campus and letting them think about transferring here when the culture of that campus is very different from the Twin Cities.
Thank you. We're going to Regent Beeson, then Regent Hsu, and then we're moving on to the next item. Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Presenters, thanks very much. This is another in a series of really outstanding reports, and has been mentioned, it's detailed, it's analytical, and has depth. I don't recall in the 7 years I've been on the board that we have given the issue of mental health the justice that it deserves. And I'm glad it is being elevated, and I would hope that it would show up on the Academic and Student Affairs Committee next year, and a focus, especially on this wait time issue. And it's just really unacceptable to have these lags in response time. And so, again, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Hsu, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, representatives. I was wondering if you had taken a look at the student fee structure, and as you know, that's part of the total cost of attendance, and my personal belief is it is a significant part of the total cost of attendance and the funding of various things from the student fees. Have you looked at the breakdown of that, and how do the students feel about the levels of funding for various things?
Ms. Littlegood?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Johnson and Regent Hsu. Yes, I have looked at that. Actually, a lot of the student organizations are very involved in the student fees process. I think something that's different about the student fee process is that it is set by students. That is a fee that they allocate for themselves for their own resources and support on campus. I think that's very different than looking at tuition. I think that a lot of those fees are meant specifically for resources that students understand and engage in from day to day. It's not something that it kind of just goes into this line item on their budget and they don't really understand what it is. So I think that for that topic specifically, students are more understanding of student fees on the general day to day. I think there are obviously some areas of student fees that could be reformed and need to be worked on further, but I think overall that seems to be an issue that isn't as talked about by students.
Very good. Concluding remarks on this matter from President Kaler.
Thank you, Chair Johnson, and thank you, Ms. Livengood and Mr. Schroeder. You may know that Regents Rocha and Omari and myself were one-time student representatives at the Board of Regents, so that gives you about a 25% chance of sitting on this side of the table sometime in the future. Look forward to that. I do appreciate the student input on these important subjects, and your report makes clear recommendations that we will follow up. In regards to the mental health issue, clearly this is a high priority. Let me perhaps say the highest priority we need to address. As you know, we have put additional resources into this area recently through the Provost's office. We will continue to do that. I've directed that we benchmark against the best programs in the country, and we will do better. We must do better on this important issue, and I appreciate the opportunity you took to highlight that in your report. In terms of retaining students and faculty of color, again, another priority. For students, we're making progress. The first-year retention rate for Twin Cities students of color is 92.3%, which is just 0.5% below the overall average, and so that bodes well for graduation rates going forward. As for faculty of color, as I discussed in my State of the University speech earlier this month, Provost Hanson has collaborated with deans to expand cluster hirings, and the College of Liberal Arts has been a leader. But as we increase the number of faculty of color, we also must work very hard and do better in creating a climate that encourages them to stay. And our surveys show that our African American and American Indian faculty have different experiences on campus than do our white or Asian faculty, and in some areas our women faculty. These are important problems that we must address. We continue to put resources in place to enable success, but it is a journey, and it is something we must do better at achieving. So your recommendations help drive our analysis and our decisions. I thank you for your investment, the time you spend, and the advice you provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Livengood and Mr. Schroeder, for your efforts and your time this morning on behalf of the students. Next, we'll take action on a resolution articulating our enrollment principles and tuition philosophy and endorsing a 5-year enrollment plan for the Twin Cities campus. The resolution also directs the administration to develop similar enrollment plans for each system campus. The resolution before us today grew out of last summer's budget conversation where Regents expressed desire for a long-term plan to guide annual decision-making on tuition and other key issues. This was subsequently reflected as one of our priorities for the year, and we have devoted substantial time and energy in bringing it to this point. We've reviewed this plan in detail last month, but I would like to invite Provost Hanson, Vice Provost McMaster to the table to provide a few highlights before we take action. Mr. President, would you like to make some opening comments, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For your action now is a resolution on enrollment principles and tuition and aid philosophy. I know there are diverse perspectives on the board, but I also know we all agree that we want what is best for our students and the university. And that's why I endorse this resolution and urge you to support it. We had a very healthy conversation about this resolution at 2 board work sessions in October and December and at the February meeting, and I'd like to point out some new language from the original plan, and both changes are on page 4 of the plan document. As it pertains to Minnesota resident students, the plan now states the university will keep the resident tuition rate increases to a minimum. As it pertains to non-resident, non-reciprocity students, we took out a specific dollar amount, and the plan now says, quote, the university will attempt to raise non-resident tuition rates to the midpoint of the Big Ten, and our goal is to maintain non-resident, non-reciprocity enrollment numbers. So this resolution will guide us here on the Twin Cities campus and serve as a roadmap, I hope, for our system campuses. I do believe that we will harmonize the Twin Cities campus enrollment plans with those of our system campuses in order to maximize enrollments of qualified students, especially Minnesota residents, and maximize net revenue across our system. I understand some of our campus leaders are concerned that growing enrollment on the Twin Cities campus, as this plan envisions, could hurt enrollment on other campuses, and we need to make sure that we leverage the system to increase student success on all campuses. We're currently working on ways to create stronger partnerships around the admissions process while also maintaining the desired autonomy of our campuses. For instance, our Share My App initiative has enabled a student's application to be considered on multiple campuses. Of course, as our conversations over the past 6 months have demonstrated, enrollment management principles and tuition philosophies are inextricably tied to our annual operating budget. And the next item on our agenda after this is a discussion on the FY 2017 budget framework, and in that discussion, Vice President Fitzgerald will offer a range of options, including tuition decisions that allow us to balance our budget. As for this resolution, I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So that we might get the issue before us, I would seek a motion and a second. Been moved and seconded before us. So for discussion, Provost Hanson, Mr. McMaster, do you have any additional comments that you would like to make, or simply answer questions? Provost Hanson?
Thank you, Chair Johnson. We just had a few introductory remarks to remind you of where we've been on the path to presenting this. This is the result of several years' worth of enrollment management conversations with the colleges. First, one by one, several-hour conversations every summer, detailed, frank conversations with the deans and the associate deans, Vice Provost McMaster and some of his staff, and me, enrollment management retreats, and 2 Board of Regents work sessions in October and December of 2015. Just a brief summary of the document before we have the discussion and vote. Just as a reminder, review enrollment management very broadly. It involves setting enrollment targets and goals, determining financial aid and tuition. All of these elements can affect student success, which is partly reflected in our retention and graduation rates. A major focus of the plan is access for Minnesota residents and affordability.
Yes, Chair Johnson, members of the committee, the plan does call for a modest increase, a very modest increase in the overall enrollment from about 30,500 to 32,000, maybe a few more. As a reminder, the University of Minnesota Twin Cities is actually smaller than a lot of the peers that we look towards. We're smaller than Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, Texas, Florida, a lot of other schools. So we're thought of as being huge at the undergraduate level. And in fact, we're kind of below the median of many of our peers. The demand for some of our programs is significant, and that's one of the things we're really looking at here. As an example, for science and engineering, the College of Science and Engineering, the number of applications with an ACT over 30 grew from last year, 3,919, 4,500 this year. For CSUM, the number of students with over a 30 ACT grew from 1,079 to 1,386, and there was similar growth with CVS. So we have this tremendous demand from excellent students who want access to the university. Part of this is to try to provide access for those students. And in terms of the growth we've experienced so far, those are some of the areas where we have in fact grown the colleges.
And then once the students are here, we want to provide an exceptional student experience. And so in enrollment planning, attention is paid to among other things, housing, given the impact that on-campus housing can have particularly on the first-year experience. High-quality advising, and as has been noted, our new advising plan provides a great framework for us to move forward. And co-curricular opportunities such as undergraduate research and service learning.
As was noted with the student representatives, our commitment to transfer students really must equal our commitment to the freshmen who come in. So we have a whole suite of initiatives for transfer students underway. We are somewhat unique in comparison with our peers in the percentage of transfers we bring in. You know that 35% of our undergraduate students come in through the transfer route. About 41% of that 35% come from MNSCU. So we need to continue to build pipelines, nurture pipelines, and create additional initiatives for transfers. We also realize that tuition rates will be a critical part of this conversation. Just a few thoughts on this. There's still the perception that the Twin Cities is at the very top of the Big Ten in terms of our resident tuition rate. It's not. We're basically in the middle of the pack now. We've fallen 4 or 5 places in the last few years. And I did want to make a comment on the non-resident tuition, which, based on the preliminary conversations that we had earlier this year, the media did pick up on. And we have seen a softening in the confirms from non-residents this year, about an 8% drop. In confirms right now. So we're very concerned about that, and I just wanted you to be aware of that issue. We also have had some letters coming in from parents, obviously, who are concerned. So that's something that we hope gets solved today so we can message that effectively.
And on a partially related point, and related as well to the student representative's presentation, we all, the students as well as the faculty and staff, continue to value diversity, broadly defined. We are mindful of the changing demographics in the state over the upcoming years. We understand the importance of the University of Minnesota as a talent magnet. Even for students who leave, they take a Minnesota experience with them, and it can sometimes mean that they find their way back decades later. Although we have a 65% enrollment goal for Minnesota residents, we enroll another 15% reciprocity students. Our actual non-resident percentage is as Vice Provost McMaster has mentioned, well below many, I would say most of our peers. In recent discussions with our academic leadership, the Twin Cities deans, we have heard a reaffirmation of their support for the enrollment path we've been on. As you know, they've encouraged us to stay the course, and I believe they sent a note to you to that effect. So that's a brief reminder to set up the discussion, and thank you for your attention.
Very good, thank you. Point of clarification, Dr. McMaster, did you say that there's an 8% less application of non-resident?
No. What I said is, at this moment, we have 8% fewer confirms from non-resident students, point in time with previous years.
Very good, thank you for the clarification. Questions, comments from the board? Questions or comments in regard to the resolution on page 115? Regent Anderson, please.
Chair Johnson, panelists, I appreciate your time and effort. I've done a lot of time on this, and quite frankly, the vagueness of the document, the resolution, is somewhat nice. You know, I'm trying to get my point on between mean and median. You know, we want to move to the midpoint of the Big Ten. If we move mean, that's the average, I think, we'd be looking at about a 12% annual increase for non-residents. If we move to the median, we'd be moving at about a 7% point. So I actually kind of like the vagueness of it because it gives us the ability as we move forward to adjust with what we're doing, and I don't think that's in there. The other thing that should not be unexpected is in business, if you raise price, you're going to lower demand. And so I think that's an expected consequence, the 8% less. What I'm worried about, and I don't really know, is what the unexpected consequences are. But those are a couple ideas I have. We also have to take the non-resident tuition and balance it with what we've done with resident tuition. And I think that's there. And I see that I speak in favor of the motion, quite frankly, that we have to do something. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm also concerned about our outstate campuses, Duluth, Morris, Rochester, Crookston, about what we'll do to them. But Provost and I have had some discussions about that, and I think that can be taken care of. So I speak in favor of the motion, and I guess I like the vagueness of it because I think that gives us movement.
Thank you. Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all of the work that goes behind this. We have a resolution and we have a set of targets, but this has been a work in progress for a lot of months and actually years. And so coming to the culmination through discussions that the board has had, I'm really thankful that we're finally at a place where we're going to make a decision on this, and really appreciate all the great work that you've done to engage the various stakeholders to get to a place where we can move forward on a plan. A couple things that jump to my mind. I'm still not convinced that the median or the mean of the Big Ten is really where we want to hold our target. I still think that a net price number is probably a better approach, but I've been outvoted on that, and I'm okay with that. I had some pretty strong concerns over the steepness of the increases for the non-resident, non-reciprocity students, and I think that we've especially, by the way, for those who are currently in our university system, the steep increases I think that were originally proposed really provide a hardship for students and families that we already have as our students. And so I think the softening of that language and where we sit today is much better in terms of the trajectory of where I think it's appropriately where it appropriately belongs. I think also that the revised language, the way it's written, gives us both direction and flexibility, and I think we need both. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight, we talk a lot about whether we're serving Minnesota students and how many Minnesota students should we serve. And I just want to highlight on page, page one of the resolution, we have a target of 65% Minnesota students for the Twin Cities campus. But we're not just a Twin Cities campus. We have 71% Minnesota students in our university system. And I think that's the number that we ought to be using. That's the number that we ought to be talking about, because we are serving Minnesota students, and we should be serving Minnesota students. And then on top of that, you have 41% of the 35% of our transfers come from MnSCU. Many of them are Minnesota students. So the number of Minnesota students that we're actually serving in this university is much greater than the percentages that folks are suggesting. And so I really just want to highlight that on page one, that I think we have the right focus. We are trying to strike the right balance, and I'm supportive of this resolution in our attempt to go that direction.
Thank you. Regent Cohen.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. First of all, Mr. President, thank you for the changes that were made. I appreciate that. And in general, I think it's really an excellent plan. However, I'm highly bothered still by one element, and I've just talked about this for quite a while, about the increase and the target for our non-resident, non-reciprocity students. To me, to aim for whether it's the median or the mean or average of the Big Ten is more than I'm comfortable with. I believe that we need to increase that tuition, because I don't think we want to be where we are in terms of the Big Ten for non-resident, non-reciprocity students. But I think that aiming for the midpoint is highly bothersome to me. As Mr. Schroeder and some of the students said, I think when students, 17-year-old or 17 and 18-year-old students and their families see the sticker price, they don't understand, and I've talked to a lot of students at this point because I'm very interested in this, they don't understand that if they apply and if they're accepted, they then may get a package which has a buy-down or some scholarship. They look at that initial sticker price and see it. And it may mean that they aren't going to apply to the university. And as I've expressed before, I think that diversity of student body is so important. And so it's rare that I voted against any sort of recommendation from the president and the administration. But unless that one element is changed, I can't support a very, very strong and good recommendation, but it has one element which is highly troublesome to me.
Thank you. Regent Beeson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a good process, a project that's in our work plan, as has been mentioned. I think it feels like the board has coalesced around some principles, although we disagree as to some of the percentages. But on balance, this has been a good exercise. I am concerned about, now I'm going to support this, but I am concerned about the finance plan that follows the enrollment plan. And you look at each one of these elements, there's a price tag to them. It's a lot like what we do every meeting that we have. Something's important, we need to do the right thing, we're adding to costs. So it reinforces the fact that our business model is going to be a high value and not always the low cost, although we are the low cost for many demographic groups. But I do worry about what the cost of all doing everything that we want to do in the time frame that this plan calls out for, how we're going to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Devine.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank my board members for a very healthy, robust conversation about this whole tuition plan. And I also want to thank the work that's gone on behind the scenes in arranging meetings for many of us to meet with staff people within to really go through the details of what we're talking about here today. Because it always gets back to the devil is in the details. And as we start to dwell into the details of these various issues that we're talking about here right now, they are very complex. And when you start looking at enrollment, these enrollment targets, and then you start looking at what the impact is on admissions and what the ups and downs are going to be relative to admissions, the point that Regent Cohen made, these are really significant. I want to call attention to one particular issue that has not been brought up to this point, because I agree with most of the conversation that's been said here. But on page 128, which gets into the targets, the specific targets, I want to call attention to the issues that really relate to the housing targets that are a part of what we're committing to here as part of this. When we talk about continuing, the need to accommodate 90% of the freshmen in housing, 25% of the sophomores, and then 10% of the transfer students, which follows, this conversation to me is following exactly the report that we just had from our students here. These issues are very significant, and there's some very significant financial impacts in dealing with this. As we've unfolded over the last 2 years, and particularly after last May when we started looking at the strategies for housing and what we're doing going forward in terms of trying to lay out a resolution and trying to come to clarity about what we're going to do, there's some significant issues. One of the things that we saw this last week is the fact that we've got a shortage of 400 to 600 beds. In looking at this plan, not talking about remodeling or doing anything with our existing housing. And so with the adoption of what we're talking about doing here today, the cost points that Regent Beeson is talking about and the impact of that is much more far-reaching than what we realized in the first cut of this. And so in of that, I go back to the unintentional consequences, which is the terminology that I've been using on the housing issues this last year. There is an unintentional consequence that has a financial impact to us going forward that relates to these issues that we've got to look at. Finally, last 2 points that I just want to touch on. I think it's critical that we continue to work and address the issues of advising. Provost Hansen's work this year on the advising and the task force that they did on that, I think is important. We do have a lot more that we have to do and implement and to fund relative to going forth, so it's another unintentional consequences to support that ratio that they've pointed out on page 128 there. And I think the last thing that I want to touch on is last we had a wonderful dinner with the MnSCU trustees, and the work that we have to do with this board and MnSCU, I think, has been highlighted. This report also highlights what the impact of that is, and we have a responsibility here to the people of Minnesota, both the legislature and the people of Minnesota, to further come together and coalesce around what we need to do and how we need to handle our scarce resources that we're going to probably continue to have at the state level to make things happen. So in of that, I am going to support the resolution. I'm looking at it as a framework. I'm not happy with everything in it, but I think it's important that we adopt something to move forward here, as imperfect as it may be in a number of ways that each of us have seen. I think we have to support the president in terms of what we're trying to accomplish in moving something forward, and then tweak it as we go. And what the numbers, the final numbers need to be, and how we go about this and how we budget for that, we can deal with that. But I'm going to support it because I think we need to move forward and take it from conversation into an action plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First comment is I think this is a good step in the right direction in terms of the conversation and the comprehensive nature with which we talk about issues like enrollment and tuition. However, it still is at a point where I have a difficult time understanding the effect of this without a system-wide strategic plan. When Vice Provost McMaster was talking about increases in this college and you know, it sounds to me like it's a little bit based on what's happening with the applications and so on, as opposed to, as an institution, we've decided that we should be spending these resources on developing business graduates and these resources on CSE graduates and so on. So to me, that's a little bit more scattershot than where I'd like to be, but at least we're moving in that direction. Interesting to me is that Regent Cohen and I may be on the same side of a vote, but for quite contrary reasons. I actually go the other way on the issue of the non-resident tuition. We received recently, I don't know if you all read it, but a letter from a parent, an alumnus who's in Illinois that has a son that's interested in coming to the university, and he talked about his concern that Iowa was offering a scholarship, if you will, and Minnesota wasn't, and against the cost of non-resident, non-reciprocity tuition, that was going to be challenging. The only thing that was unique is Iowa's starting point is as high compared to ours as the scholarship that he would get. So his net was the same, but he was frustrated because he wasn't getting a scholarship. And we heard yesterday from the Dean of the School of Public Health about how people like that idea of the discount. And that's why I was asking the question to the student representatives about whether it's really the net price that matters. And it sounds to me like the way to address her concern, which is a valid concern, is early communication. If we can communicate early that people are going to be receiving a waiver, I think that gives you the ability to focus on the top students that you really want to find. And I look at the Big Ten, and we look at just the objective facts that are out there, and the schools that have the highest rankings and the highest ACT scores, et cetera, if that's your thing, are the schools that also have the highest sticker price and then using waivers to target certain people. And I feel a little bit like we're a farm that uses horses and everyone around us is using tractors, and we just ignore the fact that they have higher yields and more time with their families, and we're just holding on to those horses for all we're worth. And I think that's an error. And I think that we've spoken about this before, I won't belabor it, but by doing it that way, the optics for our state legislature, the optics for our Minnesota students prevent us from attracting the top students from the state. And I think that we should start focusing on keeping every top student in the state. The Twin Cities campus, when we talk about residents, non-residents, I felt like we had addressed the fiction of Minnesota having a demographic problem. It would only be a demographic problem if you're a state like a Dakota, one of the Dakotas, where you don't have enough students to fill the slots available. When we bring in a non-resident, non-reciprocity student, you're replacing a Minnesota student, because we have lots of Minnesota students that don't get in. So that's a false argument. So it really is a function of how do we best serve the state. Now, our system campuses have capacity that's not filled. So I'm a little less concerned with filling those extra additional slots with students from outside the state, because you're not simply replacing a Minnesota student, you're creating economies that help the system. But we haven't quite wrapped our heads around that just yet. The reason Minnesota students are important seems so obvious it's hard to address. Last night we had a wonderful dinner, I think Regent Devine, you just mentioned it, and we had multiple speeches that started, "We are in the business of educating Minnesota's citizens." I didn't hear anybody say, "and Missouri and New York and LA." You know, it was Minnesota students, Minnesota citizens. Every time we send a rejection letter to a qualified Minnesota student, I think we're failing. And I think that's important that we address that. And so from my perspective, the basis for me not to be able to support this is the average 65% doesn't work. My informal polling of the person on the street is what do you think the percentage should be of Minnesota students at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities? And people are surprised if it's under 80%. And when I tell them that we've actually talked about it being at 60%, Mr. President, I think you mentioned this to the Faculty Consultative Committee, that we're between 60 and 65 and you expect the non-residents to increase. That starts to put us down toward 50%. I mean, you get below 60%. And so I can't support this unless it would say, at a minimum, we have 70% Minnesota students on the Twin Cities. I would prefer it to be 75 over a period of years that we start moving to that point. We just saw an article that was passed on to us from the about the University of California that was concerned about 17% non-residents. That's 83%. And our state has filled capacity and higher ACT scores on average, and yet we somehow accept that 65% or lower is doing service to our state. I don't agree with that. So, Mr. President, I'm a little bit unclear whether we have the capacity to move an amendment to the plan.
Regent Rocha, yes, amendments always in order.
I would then move to amend it's item number, it's referenced item 3. I'm looking at page 128 of the document where it says approximately 65%. I'm not going to focus on the second number because that will follow, but I would move that it would be at least 70%, and then the corresponding places in the document would also be adjusted to reflect that number.
Okay, Regent Rocha has moved the number 65% to 70%. What page is that?
128.
128?
And it's, yeah, it says 128.
Page 128.
Page 6 of the revised document.
Mr. President, comment, please.
Thank you, Chair Johnson, Regent Rocha. As was mentioned, I believe, by Regent Broad, when you look across the system, we are at 70% Minnesota students. I do believe that when you consider the reciprocity students on the Twin Cities campus, as well as our international students, moving the number of Minnesota students up is going to squeeze a group of students that I think is important to bring to Minnesota. So I would believe the 65% number is where we should be, but I respect your right to offer an amendment.
We do have, thank you, Mr. President. We do have an amendment before us. Will there be a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Further discussion on the Rocha amendment. Regent Devine.
As a matter of practical, I don't have historic context on this. It has moved up and below, above that and below that, hasn't it? Is the word approximate? I'm looking at the word approximate and saying 65. Are we just arguing about a number here when in practice we actually are doing at different levels than this?
Mr. Chair.
President Kaler.
Regent Devine, yes, it does fluctuate from year to year.
Further discussion. Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. I go to where Regent Broad was several minutes ago about the importance of focusing on the system-wide numbers here. Ideally, we could write this document without a UMTC target in it, and we'd write it with a U of M system target number in there, and that's 71 now, and I could perhaps support that number going higher, and but I think we have to do it fully mindful of what impacts it has on the rest of the system campuses. And without speaking directly to the amendment, well, there's my thoughts on the amendment. I wouldn't amend the UMTC number. I'd rather see us focus over time on a strategic plan for the system that then involves strategic enrollment plans that support the strategic plan. But what I do like about the overall document here is that for one of the first times we are thinking about system-wide impact. So if UMTC grows its enrollment, are we cannibalizing on other campuses? Are we complementing their needs? And I'm very thankful that that is in this document, even though all the answers aren't there yet. But I'm hopeful those conversations between Vice President McMaster and the 4 chancellors are occurring so that when UMTC does something, it doesn't have unintended consequences. I wouldn't support the amendment because I'd rather see it be a system-wide target, and I'm okay with where it stands now. I do appreciate Regent Roche's comments about a system-wide strategic plan not being in place, and this gets hard to do without that, but I wouldn't support the amendment as it relates to UMTC's targets.
Thank you. On the Rocha amendment, further comments? Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unless somebody else wants to speak, and then I would just give the concluding comment.
Please.
All right.
Please.
I want to point out that I appreciate what Regents Broad and McMillan have stated about taking a system-wide look, and that's, as you recall, I wanted a system-wide number for us to evaluate. But the Twin Cities, it's a different commodity because the other campuses were generally not filled. It's at the Twin Cities where you make a decision whether you're accepting a Minnesota student or whether you're accepting someone from outside of the state. And the number one concern that we receive is, from legislators and from people that contact us is, I went there, my parents went there, and now my child, who's strongly ranked in their high school with a good ACT, isn't able to get into the University of Minnesota. And so they're left trying to get into, let's say, the University of Illinois, where they would pay several times what they would pay here. And so I think it is something that the people of the state would want to know, that we do have that commitment to Minnesota students. I personally think the number should be 75. I could live with 80. But 70 is a reasonable and attainable number. It would have potentially an impact on our ACTs only to the extent that we haven't maximized our ability to nail down all the top in-state students. But I think 70 is a good number, and I would ask that you support the amendment.
On the Rocha amendment, Regent Hsu.
Thank you. On the Rocha amendment, thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me that I've said in the past, our job is to create value for Minnesota residents. And we've done that. We have high-performing programs. We visited quite a few yesterday. And I think the residents of Minnesota should deserve or should be able to attend those programs. The only way we're getting less diverse, we talked about diversity, the only way we're getting less diverse at the university here is through ACT scores. We're getting closer to the top. We're telling other people below a certain level, Minnesotans, that they have to go to school somewhere else. Of course, they can transfer back. There's all sorts of dynamics related to that from either MNSCU or some of our other campuses. But I really think we need to focus on taking care of the Minnesota residents. And I think a number of 70 is reasonable. I would go higher, potentially. California, as Regent Rocha mentioned, they're at a much higher number than us, and their state auditor just wrote a memo or a letter, a report, stating that California residents are being shortchanged by the UC system. I think we're shortchanging Minnesota residents here. And I think if we're going to move this resolution forward, I have other changes, amendments also, but I'm speaking in favor of the Rocha amendment. I would even go higher.
To the Rocha amendment, Regent Simmons.
I would just like to comment that I think this is a wonderful problem. We are trying hard to figure out how best to serve Minnesota. And is it by, where does that number of admissions to the Twin Cities campus lie that best serves Minnesota? So we're all trying to do the same thing with a little bit different numbers here to achieve it. This is probably based on a lot of bias, but I came from outside of Minnesota to go to school in Minnesota, and I like to think I've had a fabulous life. I have. I like to think I've contributed to this state. I have. And I just want to not lose sight of the value we bring to Minnesota, maybe not bringing me here, but bringing some of these other really talented young people.
Further discussion on the Rocha amendment? Further discussion? If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
The motion does not prevail. We are now back to the resolution, and I have 4 regents that wish to speak to the resolution. Regent Cohen.
Mr. Chair, just a point of information. Do we have you have down who voted how?
No, it's a voice vote.
I would request a roll call vote.
The decision was announced so that we can't go back to the roll call. Once we have announced the vote, then that's concluded.
Mr. Chair, that's not actually true. If there's a call for division, that's after the vote. And if there's a ruling.
No, that's not true.
Okay. So do we know who voted how, Mr. Steves?
A voice vote, you do not.
I do not.
I'll move for another vote.
I don't think we can do that.
I'll move for a vote to raise the resident percentage to 71%.
The motion would be a motion to reconsider.
In a roll call
The
vote.
vote but in order to do that, you must be on the prevailing side. And the prevailing side was a negative vote. It did not pass.
But I'm making another amendment.
Well, Regent Hsu, you can't do that in parliamentary procedure.
Well, actually, he can.
I think I can.
The main motion's on the floor, Mr. Chair, so he could move to amend it again.
That you could do, but you cannot move for reconsideration because...
I moved for 71% instead of 70%. That's different. I'll even move for 69% if that helps anybody else here.
With a roll call.
That's legit.
With a roll call.
Regent Hsu has moved the number to be
69%.
69%. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? The motion fails for a lack of second. We now have before us the resolution, and I do have Regent Omari wishing to speak to the resolution.
Which one? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Chair Johnson. This is governance, and I appreciate Provost and the Vice Provost for the work and the staff that goes behind this. This is like a 2-year conversation probably. Really great things in the resolution, and I'm appreciative for a lot of them. My simple math, I have a PhD, it's not in math. And so my simple math over a 5-year enrollment plan to get to what I think is the mean of the Big Ten would put us at about a 12% in our increase. And for that reason, I will vote no.
Very good. I have Regent Lucas, and then we're going to take a vote on the resolution. Regent Lucas. Regent Lucas.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. I'm very supportive of the resolution, but I have the same hang-up that Regent Cohen has about seeking to be in the middle of the Big Ten. I think the middle of the Big Ten is a cop-out of a kind of a place that we always want to be. Sometimes we want to be the head of the Big Ten, sometimes we don't want to be the head of the Big Ten, and I agree with Regent Omari that for all the world, that looks like a 12% increase. You have to get pretty into the weeds before you think that it could be less. And Ms. Livengood said optics are important, and I think the optics of going to the middle of the Big Ten is not good. I think we have to go very slowly on this. I think our brand is not sufficient yet to undo the good work of the Regents in the past, which found a way for us to become more of a national university with a national reputation. We need to go slow and analyze where we're going. So I can't support this if it says we're going to the middle of the Big Ten.
Regent Cohen, you had a comment. Right. Okay. Very good.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to the resolution.
Please, Regent Hsu. Say again, please.
I'd like to speak to the resolution.
Okay. Regent Hsu, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, a lot of us have commented, I agree with some of you, I'm not a total outlier. I think vagueness is bad in a resolution like this. I think we should not be voting for a resolution that has vagueness in it. I think there are a couple other points in addition to the percentage of residents I would like to see that increase. Number two, the statement about the increase in tuition for residents. I think instead of saying that we will keep the increase to a minimum, I think we should just say that we're going to keep resident tuition to a minimum. And the speed of the increase, I think we've talked about that. I believe that the sticker is the important number that we should be looking at, and then managing the effective increase, which I will be speaking to in a separate resolution later on in new business. But I think we can, I don't know if this motion's going anywhere, this resolution's going anywhere, but I would move for a change in the language for the increase for resident tuition.
Your reference, Regent Hsu, page what?
I have to find it.
I see.
Page 126, item 8B.
Yes.
Resident tuition.
The university will keep the resident tuition rate increases to a minimum. I would like to just say that the university will keep resident tuition to a minimum.
8B. Oh, it's the 9B.
Regent Hsu has moved on page 126. Is there a second?
I second that.
There's a second. We have before us the Hsu amendment. Discussion. Regent Rocha.
Mr. Chair, I think this is somewhat of a form issue, but I think it is significant because the language as it currently is assumes increases. And I think that what Regent Hsu is suggesting still provides for increases if circumstances warrant, but does not presume increases. And as the President has spoken in the past, the university has been pleased with its ability to freeze tuition on occasion when the legislature is so willing to provide us the funds to do so. So I think that this is a more accurate representation of what we are seeking to do based on what external forces would provide.
Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. Just a contextual comment here, bringing us all back to last July when we agreed with the administration. This was one of the 5 top priorities for the university to bring to life, to inform, and to reach some sort of agreement around a directional strategic enrollment plan. And the administration's worked carefully with us over that time, fully informing that discussion. And I just caution all of us as we auger into the details of this, we lose the overall intent of what we set out to do last July, and I think we've actually come close to doing it. So whether you're on one end of this or the other, everybody's got an issue, but we're trying to give the administration a compass heading around which they can build a long-term plan. And we need to step away from our individual parochial concerns at times and move that forward. That's my comment.
Regent Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. I think we're getting too much into the details, and I probably said the wrong word when I said vagueness. But, I come from a place where we call a spade a shovel. And I think I'd like to let you say that I don't think it's vague. I think it's very flexible. And if we don't have flexibility in the next 5 years, what are we going to do? We can't put ourselves right down a straight and narrow line without having long flexibility. So I think this is a very flexible document that we can work with.
Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Flexible was also the word that I used, and I think that the document is flexible and sets a direction. And I actually, the language change that Regent Hsu is suggesting, in my mind, actually aligns with that. So I don't have any problem with the language change. It gives us flexibility to do what we need to do within our budget framework that the President brings to us, so I don't have any problem with the change.
On the Hsu amendment, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
The chair is in doubt. Show of hands. Those in favor of the Hsu amendment, please raise your hands. Those opposed? The motion is defeated. To the original resolution before us, Regent Cohn.
Thanks, Chair Johnson. I just have to, after listening to my colleagues on the board and Regent Roshaw, you may have given me a way to support this plan. And so, after all, we won't be voting no together. But if there could be some assurance and awareness from the administration and our enrollment and admissions people about the idea of really letting people know about the discounts and the waivers ahead of the game rather than after they've been admitted or applied and so on, that would help my comfort level a lot. And I also like the words that many of the regents have used in terms of this plan is very, very good in most ways and gives us a lot of flexibility, and I think it's important to have a plan. So I will be supporting it.
Very good. Further comments on the resolution before us? Further comments? If not, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No. The motion prevails. Very good. Thank you for the discussion. Next, we turn to the budget framework for 2017. We'll discuss the framework for 2017. This year, we have intentionally increased the number of touch points the board has throughout the budget process. In September, we discussed budget assumptions before instructions were sent to the units. Today, we will talk about a high-level framework for the coming fiscal year, which will inform the President's budget recommendations before they are formally presented in May. We will not take action today, but we hope and expect that the Regents will offer their feedback during and after the meeting to assist the President in shaping his final recommendations. Vice President Fitzenreiter, Associate Vice President Tonneson, please join us at the table along with Vice President Brown, and we ask President Kaler for opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As you mentioned, Chair Johnson, in one way or another, we've been discussing the FY17 budget at every board meeting since September, where we conducted a work session on budget assumptions. In October, we talked about cost drivers. In December, you received the annual financial report. In February, you heard an OPEX update. And now, our CFO, Fitzenreiter, and Budget and Finance Associate Vice President Tonneson will present additional background on the status of our FY17 budget planning framework, including revenue and investment options. Our just completed conversation on enrollment management and tuition clearly affects our budget framework for the coming year, and Fitz and Julie will share with you our fixed and variable cost and revenue options for meeting these needs. We do face significant revenue challenges, and my strong recommendation is that we need to compensate our world-class faculty fairly and competitively. As Fitz will share, that requires a nearly 3% increase locally and nationally across all industries and 2.6% within higher education. We are not asking for that, but I do believe going below 2.5% forms a competitive threat to the institution. I also believe we need to continue to invest in financial aid to ensure we attract qualified students from all economic backgrounds. We need to step up our investment in facility repair, and as you know, we have a large one-time network upgrade we must complete to serve our students and faculty. We also need to make investments to advance strategic academic priorities, both system-wide and within key units. Finally, we have increasing fixed costs, such as utilities, debt service, and building operations. It's also important to remember that this year's biennial state investment did not include funding for this coming year to cover those cost increases. We need to find other sources of revenue beyond a state appropriation. We are all committed to keeping tuition as low as possible, and that continues to be a critical priority of mine and this board's. To do that, we will operate more efficiently, strive to save energy, and defer all but most critical investments. But we cannot continue to be a world-class institution if we do not invest in excellence. This is the first time we've presented the framework to the board this early in the process because you have expressed an interest to be more fully involved and understand this more deeply. We will review the budget at our May meeting and act on it in June. I look forward to the presentation and receiving your feedback.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please proceed, Mr. Fitzenreiter, Ms. Tonneson, and Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, nice to see you today, and thanks for the opportunity to take you through the framework. As the President mentioned, this is the next installment, really in my time here, kind of an unprecedented time in which we're bringing some of the framework to you, in fact, a month ahead of when we would actually bring the budget to you. I want to emphasize that today's discussion is we're going to first focus on expenditures, then we're going to focus on some of the resource thinking that we have and talk about next steps. I do want to remind you that the budget development process at the university is an enormous task, and that task really starts and is linked all the way back to our original biennial budget request that was put to the legislature almost 2 years ago, it seems now. And by the way, we will be engaging in this summer and bringing the next one for the biennial request to you in the fall. But that underscores the annual budget planning. It is not ignored as we move along. That process inside the university starts all the way back last September, in which we have budget discussions and compact meetings with support units, moves on in the winter process to academic units, which we are just finishing up. So along that pathway, we're looking at the biennial request, looking at what happens, and building a framework that moves back and forth as we ultimately get to you in this year in May for a budget. This discussion today is going to focus on the what we call the framework revenues, the tuition and state support part of the pie chart, nearly $1.6 billion. But I do want to tell you that many of the principles behind the budget will also apply to the other fund sources at the university. So when we talk about a compensation strategy, it's going to apply to the whole pie. But the numbers you're going to see today are incremental revenues, costs off of this O&M and state part of our pie. Look to the next slide to remind you that we will bring you a budget that is balanced in May. That's our target this year because it's the second year of the biennium and we're hopeful the legislature might be done by then. But that budget will be balanced in terms of resources and costs and investments. If you go to the next slide, as we dialogue with you today about this budget framework for purposes of sort of trying to frame a complex set of numbers, we're going to talk about them in the context of fixed costs, things that really are, for the most part, locked in terms of what's going to happen to our utility bills in fiscal 17, what new buildings are going to come online, what our debt costs will be for bonds that we've sold for capital projects, what lease obligations we have, and we have, of course, in some areas, for example, of the libraries and information technology, licensing costs that just grow as our headcount grows, either students or faculty or staff. And then, of course, there's the commitment for the Human Research Protection Program, the HRPP program, costs that we need to invest in to improve those processes. We will also talk variable costs in terms of compensation where there's choices, facility R&R, network upgrade, et cetera, and talk about strategic pools. In the variable and the strategic pools, there are clearly choices. I want to make sure you understand we're not bringing you today a cooked meal. There are choices that we'll talk about as we go through this presentation. If we do the first bucket here, the fixed cost, we do have at this time estimating roughly $7.3 million. You'll see our utility bill is actually going to drop system-wide about $57,000. We have new buildings coming online. We have a $3.6 million debt cost, minor increases in leases, some contractual and licensing. You can see the big expense in this category, again, is for the Human Research Protection Program. And then there's a slight increase in student financial aid. This relates to merit matches on gifts that we've made prior commitments to match. It's a small amount, but we do have that cost each year. On the subject of debt, I'm pleased to announce that this week, on Tuesday, we did enter the market to sell about $122 million of par amount of bonds and we received with premium. We were after about $147 million of bonding. The interest rate the university received on those bonds was an all-in interest rate of 3.23% for 25 years. And we're, of course, very proud that S&P changed the negative outlook from last fall to a stable outlook, and we retained our ratings level. That cost of that debt will be roughly $8.4 million. $2.856 of that debt will appear in the utility rates that we bill out across the institution. With that $2.8 million in the utility rates, our utility rates are still dropping that previous $500 and some thousand. We do have the state appropriation, the $3.5 million from the Bell Museum appropriation to help on the Bell Museum cost. We did get enough proceeds for that plan. We have about $190,000 roughly difference on that appropriation to what the debt will cost. Our preliminary thinking, subject of course what the board would like, is that roughly $190,000 a year will help support the operating costs of that facility. There will be significant operating costs for that new facility, more square footage, more staff. So we're thinking ahead about that. We do have some prior debt responsibility for land and some miscellaneous items. So the framework impact, the total framework impact that outside of the utility rates and the state appropriation for the Bell will be about that $3.6 million. I want to turn to my colleague here shortly, or no, I'm doing these actually. Yeah, we're playing tag team. On the variable costs, I'm going to talk about compensation, the salary and fringe target, facility R&R, the network upgrade, and some options on financial aid and promise. On the compensation pool target, in our thinking at this point in the budget framework is to have a 2.5% compensation pool. That will cost the O&M tuition part of the budget roughly $13.9 million. That figure includes, by the way, $1.6 million of contracts that you've already approved. The board has already approved for those union contracts. Now, I want to provide my colleague here, Vice President Brown, an opportunity to highlight why 2.5%. Why are we at that number? And I'll just turn to my colleague, and she'll take us through a few slides and hand it back.
Thank you very much. Vice President Brown, please.
Yes, Chair Johnson, members of the board, what we did is a review from a number of consultants who do survey analysis of what are the average compensation increases in various pools. So all industries is highlighted on the left side of this graph, and the average is 2.96 for local, which is the Twin Cities market, and 2.98, which is the national market. We also then look specifically at higher education, and there are fewer of those consultants that do a higher education survey, but we have a very good collection of 5 different ones here, and actually 6, I think. No, yeah, 6. And that comes out to an average of 2.62% on the average. So and then the public sector nationally, 2.63, which would be a broader set than would be specific to the university. So that forms a large part of our basis for the recommendation of a 2.5% compensation pool, which is close to the average of a national level in higher education, but not in excess of that. I also wanted to point out to you some issues that may bring some additional cost in compensation this year. The biggest one is a change in the Fair Labor Standards Act, and that would be increasing the base level for an exempt employee from about $24,000 to about $50,000. So that means that individuals who currently had been exempt between $25,000 and $50,000 now may be subject to overtime payments. So we've done quite a lot of work on this issue to determine what that would cost us. The challenge is, of course, we have not been keeping hours on those employees, so we don't have certainty on how many hours per week they're working because they have been exempt. But we have done a couple of methods of review. We've talked with our colleague Penn State in the CIC. Our initial analysis was perhaps up to 12 million. That was our starting point, and we have been refining that number ever since, looking at various strategies we can to manage that. I think we are now to being able to manage that at 5 million or less, and I emphasize the less part because we continue to work and look at strategies about how to manage that. So I hope that story will not have as dramatic of an impact as it might have. We are awaiting the federal regulations on this. Those also may be helpful because there has been extensive lobbying to have certain job classifications in higher education exempt from this new rule. Also, there's a couple of other issues that will come up. The fringe pool cost will bounce back up. That was impacted by a settlement and was artificially suppressed. That now will bounce back up to its normal level, or even up a little bit, so there'll be an impact there. Also, the Minnesota State Retirement System has been looking at its program and may be requiring employer contributions to increase from 5.5% to 7%, which is reflective of the demands on their pool based on a longer life expectancy. That would be an estimated cost to us of about $6.2 million. That has not been finalized yet, but is possible to come up in the next fiscal year.
Mr. Chairman, members will jump ahead here to some additional topics under the category of variable costs. I'll talk here about the facility repair and replacement. We're playing with a target in the 2 to 4 million, the network upgrade, and the financial need promise program, which I'll turn over when I get to that slide to my colleague Julie Tennyson here. On the R&R, as some of you may recall, in our biennial request to the state over a year ago, we had a request in there to have the state fund us in an increasing amount of repair and replacement. As you know, this institution relies heavily on the HEAPR funding each year from the state to meet our deferred renewal. Our current internal allocation for R&R system-wide is only $8.4 million. We are contemplating in the budget that we would bring forward in May a $3 million increase, about a 26% increase in that allocation. It would help close the renewal funding gap. It by no means solves it. This is probably step one of what should be many years of increases in this fund. We are just burning it up, and I think Vice President Wheelock, who is in the audience, I think here, yeah, there she is, way in the back, has made the repeated case to this board and to me and the president and others that we need to do something about the deferred renewal, and we need to not just rely on the state to solve that problem. If we put in $3 million more, if we had an average cost of $100 grand for each one of those projects, we could get 30 more critical projects accomplished. So this is a key component this year, and we have not been addressing this part of the budget. In fact, during the budget Great Recession, this R&R allocation dropped some due to budget cuts. On the network upgrade, I did put this under a variable. It is a choice in terms of timing. It's not a choice in terms of whether we're going to do it. But as you know, the core network here at the university was last done in 2004. It is now 2016. It is, I guess Mr. Galachik would say it's past its useful life, and we're not sure if eBay will have the parts going forward. The current estimate of that replacement is $79 million. We have reserved $20 million in a plant fund account. We did anticipate this. It obviously wasn't and isn't enough. So after we account for the $20 million, we got a net of 19. And as you know, we have a request at the legislature for $19 million to help on that cybersecurity part of that request. That would leave us a net of $40 million. Go to the next slide. Where are we in this process? An RFP process is underway. We're hopeful, but we may not have those costs finalized by the June board meeting. Obviously, our funding strategy and timing of this does depend on the $19 million from the 2006 session. And just to remind you again, we have the $20 million in the plant fund. We may not have the cost nailed down, but we know it's probably going to be in the range of somewhere between 60 and 80 million. So I think in this year's budget that we bring you in May, we will need to take a step towards reserving some funds, adding a recurring allocation to begin to address this. It would be nice to be able to get the budget for this built on a recurring level, so we don't have these big episodics, that we can tackle it on a more recurring basis. And we'll be discussing that one as the legislative process moves forward. I'd like to turn to my colleague, Julie Tennyson, to take us through some slides about other variable and strategic costs.
Mr. Chair, members, yes, the final variable cost we wanted to mention today is related to our need-based financial aid promise program. To remind you in the audience what this is a program that provides automatic aid to Minnesota resident undergraduate students that are from families with incomes up to $100,000. The awards range from $750 to $4,000 in that population. And if the students maintain satisfactory academic progress, they are guaranteed awards for 8 semesters if they come in as a freshman, and for 4 semesters for transfer students. We have been discussing several options. There are many, I'm sure, but we've been discussing several options to enhance this program going forward. There's 2 identified here for you. One would be to add an additional middle income tier, and that would be for students from families with incomes from $100,000 to $120,000. The cost will depend on the award level that we set for these students. An example here, at $300 a year, it would cost us approximately just over $700,000 system-wide to implement that tier. A second option we have talked about is to hold recipients harmless from any tuition rate increase that we might implement. We would combine a promise award increase with what we understand to be an increase in the Pell grants, as well as any increases in the Minnesota State Grant Program awards. So the combined impact of those 3 award changes would result in essentially a 0% increase for those students. We have done this in the past, and that is an option we could do going forward. Again, the cost is dependent on the rate increase that we would implement in the tuition. If we implemented a 2.5% increase on the Twin Cities campus, as an example, it would cost us, we estimate, approximately $2.1 million. All of this depends on the final changes that we want to implement, and also on the goals of the program. So the costs here can shift depending on where we want to go with that. The third category of recurring expense drivers that we wanted to talk about today is strategic pools. And we have been talking about 3 different categories, all 3 of which we did actually in this year, FY16 budget. But the first is a pool that we would create for strategic plan investments, and these would be to fund initiatives that advance items coming out of the Twin Cities strategic plan specifically. We did a similar pool, you might remember, in the FY16 budget. The other 2 categories of strategic pools are really pieces we have put in every budget, I think every year. The first being investments in initiatives that are coming from our academic units. Some examples here would be increases in graduate student stipends, or increases in merit scholarships, or funding of new faculty in targeted areas, or initiatives around diversity and so forth. We also would propose to do an investment pool for initiatives from our support units. And again, this is something we've done every year. But examples here that we've funded and also have heard going forward are things like support for a disability resource centers on each of the campuses, development of the university portal, which is a system-wide tool, business analysts for develop reports, particularly right now out of our student system, seems to be a high priority, addition of police officers, and so forth. Those 3 strategic pools, we have the universe of ideas really, and initiative are limitless, but we are bound by our ability to find funding to support these things, and also by our ability to implement them in a timely manner.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we're going to shift our attention here to the resource drivers in the budget. As you all know, we do not have any new state funding in the second year of the biennium. We received no increase in our state appropriation. So any resources that we have to meet our costs are only going to come from finding new revenues, new sources, finding or deciding that we're going to raise revenue through tuition rates or fees, or through repurposing resources that we have in our base budgets today. So we're going to talk about that in those two buckets. The first one being, what are we doing in this plan? What are we thinking about to repurpose and for what? And what are some of the ideas about new resources? And I will turn to my colleague to talk us through that.
So Group 1, repurposing resources, or what we commonly refer to as reallocation. We are talking about currently 3 different categories of reallocation. Across all 3 of them, the goal is to look first for cost reductions on the administrative side, although we know there are good reasons occasionally to also reallocate from mission activities. The plans for reallocation are developed by the units, and we go over them, we review them with the units during the budget development process. They are not finalized until after the budget is approved, and they can implement starting the next July 1st. But we do go over their plans in terms of impact and what specifically will happen. The initial targets we're talking about for FY17 are identified here on the slide. In the administrative reallocation area, we are targeting at least $15 million across all funds. The $13 million you see here is specifically related to the framework funds, O&M, tuition, and state specials. We'll talk more about that on the next slide. The second category is to find $2.5 million specifically to fund the initiatives to enhance the HRP program. And then the third category is $4 to $6 million, again, attached to what we talked about earlier for the strategic plan pool on the Twin Cities campus. Specifically on the administrative goals, we wanted to just update you with our progress or remind you of our progress on meeting the President's goal of $90 million of reduction in administrative expenses over 6 years. The first 2 years of the 6-year time frame are complete, so FY14 and FY15, the amounts are identified here, and we have provided to the board previously an itemized list of those administrative reductions that we actually implemented. FY16 is currently in progress, and if all goes according to plan, we will provide a list of approximately $17.4 million is our current estimate of what that'll be when the year is done. So through FY16, after the first 3 years, or 50% of the way through our time frame, we have identified 64% of the $90 million in administrative reduction. We're targeting $15 million at least for FY17. That would leave us in the final 2 years of the plan to address $17.2 million, or to find $17.2 million of additional administrative reductions.
Mr. Chairman, under the Group 2 new resources, we're going to talk about options around the NR undergraduate tuition. We, of course, are cognizant of the discussion you had earlier. Talk about resident undergrad tuition, grad and professional, and other income targets that we're working with in the budget process today. And I'll turn back to my colleague to walk us through some of that.
So we know that we have been discussing in prior meetings, and actually just before this, various financial and policy perspectives around the non-resident, non-reciprocity, or what we call NR tuition rates. In putting together the annual budget, however, we need to make plans that we can now translate into revenue and waiver estimates for the budget. And so options to consider as part of that process, and again, there are many, but we have been talking about what the President proposed previously, and you're aware of, the plan to move to the midpoint of the Big Ten by 2021, which would, in our estimates, require about a 15% increase per year for 4 years. We could also, another option would be to move up from the bottom of the Big Ten over time, which we believe would take about a 7.5% to 10% annual increase, would be a more gradual move. You might be interested to know, I went back and looked, since FY10, we have increased this rate every year. On the Twin Cities campus, the range has been anywhere from 3.5 to 8.2%. The average increase has been 5.9% over that time frame. On the Duluth campus, it has been 4.9%. So it has been inching up. We also need to create estimates around the waivers, which you talked about again earlier today, the tuition discounting plans that we have, that we can use for recruiting new freshmen. And we can also, depending on the plan and the rate change, we can use to impact the tuition rate increase that continuing students would face as well. So we have some estimating to do in those areas. Of course, across it all, we will monitor the effects on what it does to our application rates, on what it does to our geographical diversity, both nationally and internationally. We also have to plan what to implement for the resident rate. And in putting the framework together, after considering all the other variables that go into this decision, we build revenue estimates off of changes in the current rates. The dollars to use this year in planning for FY17 are presented here. So to increase each 1% change in the resident undergraduate rate would equal a change in revenue, we estimate, of $4.6 million. $3.2 million for the Twin Cities campus and $1.4 million collectively for the system campuses. Similarly, on the graduate and professional side, each 1% change would equate to a change in revenue of $1.8 million. This all assumes, and we start building these estimates based on a stable enrollment assumption, which is the easiest for us to do from an institution-wide estimating perspective. However, we start there, but then we move into details with each of the units and incorporate their proposed and actually their projected changes in enrollment, both up and down, so that we have by college and by campus a unique tuition estimate based on the combination of rate and enrollment projections. And then we add all that up in what we present to you as part of the budget. Earlier we shared with you this same graphic and talked about how we put all of this together in the budget framework. We need to finalize our plans now for the resources, for the reallocations and the tuition and other revenues, and our plans on the cost and investment side in order to bring you a balanced budget. And we have to do this all in the next 3 weeks or so, so that we can deliver a balanced budget recommendation to you at the May 12th and 13th board meeting. And with that, we will stand for questions.
Very good. Thank you for your presentation. Regent Devine.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you again for all the work. I know that you've met with a number of us here 30, 60 days and brought great clarity to the budgeting process. I think in the time that I've been on the board, this has been the most thorough kind of discussion that the board has had relative to evaluating all the various aspects of the budget. I want to just jump to one little issue that I want to just touch on. You talked, Fitz, you talked about the Bell Museum component, and there's a little operating window there. I think you said it was about $190,000 that could be applied to whatever it is, plus or minus. One of the things that in the discussions, and I remember at the groundbreaking, Representative Hausman had shared, she and other legislators had recognized that the operating expenses for this building are going to be greater than the existing building. There is a carryover amount of the existing building built inside of the base income that we've got now, and they fully expect that we are going to be able to quantify after we've got the design done or whatever of an additional operating expense that is going to be necessary. And the fact that this is a state and the University of Minnesota property or building that we jointly manage together and that they're building for the people of Minnesota, they expect that we're going to be requesting an additional supplemental. And I'm just throwing this out, I'm not making a motion. If we have the possibilities, I think we should go forth, and we have not really designed the back, I call it the backyard, but there's an outdoor component for school children and for the people that we've not really fully evaluated or gone into the pre-design phases, and that we look at maybe doing that and using some of that money maybe to complete and then figure out if there's a shortfall. The DNR, as I remember, also had offered to augment the, whatever that project starts to look like. We have other funding sources, and I want to make sure that this will happen probably after you retire, but that we play with those numbers and look at that, because there is an additional opportunity for the board to look at in terms of the funding there that wouldn't impact all of these other revenue impacts that we've got. Finally, last point is I recognize this is a framework discussion, and again, that we're in, and we're not close to finalizing. We don't know what the state's going to do. And again, the flexibility of doing this, and as you pointed out, doing this a month early, I greatly appreciate that, and giving us the context to have a much broader discussion that we're doing here today. And I thank you and the staff for the work that you've all done to enable us to get into this kind of discussion.
Fitzrider?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think the important thing that we'll make sure we do in this year's budget is we will not spend that $190,000. We will set it aside and allow a further discussion to go on that topic.
Mr. Chair, on this.
Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. I'm feeling contemplative today and thinking about everything we have and have not accomplished since last July when we set our priorities, and I just want to stop and thank President Kaler and the leadership for reacting to what wasn't one of our 5-part drivers for this year, but a standing and long-term request that we push this budgeting process back in time so that the full board gets an opportunity to start to take it apart and understand it and hear from you and your team, Mr. Fitzenreuter, as to how you're putting it together ahead of May, shoehorning everything under a $3.7 billion budget into a finance committee, then a board meeting, and then getting it all wrapped up and done by June. So this 6 weeks early, Regent Devine alluded to it, is a big deal. And the fact that the full board gets an opportunity in what some of us have called for a committee of the whole type of opportunity, I don't want to do a drive-by on that. That's important and it's appreciated. And there's plenty of issues still to discuss, but normally we're doing this in the Finance Committee in May and then trying to shoehorn it into this meeting in May and again in June. So thank you for that. Question. I like the framework cost, the fixed, variable, strategic. I wrestle a little bit with strategic. And maybe Vice President Tonneson, you gave a couple examples, and I'm hoping you can go back to one or two of them. Inside the strategic piece, if I heard it right, there was the Twin Cities strategic plan, there was system-wide academic requests, and then system-wide investments. And it looks to me like the strategic plan for the Twin Cities is an academic request too. It gets its own category though because of size, importance. Help me understand that element of it.
Mr. Chair, members, Regent McMillan, we have last year and what we're proposing for next year is to actually create this separate reallocation pool. So we would be reallocating only from units on the Twin Cities to support initiatives for the Twin Cities strategic plan. So that's why it has been separated out into a separate category.
Thank you.
Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A detailed question. I saw debt service included for the combined heat and power, but I did not see an assumption about the operating cost savings that are supposed to offset that expense. Is that going to be built in?
Fitzrider?
Mr. Chairman, members, you will, once that facility comes online, you will see it reflected in lower utility costs for the institution, so that's where you'll see it. It's not up and online yet. I believe that facility comes online in the fall? December. And yes, there will be savings.
Thank you, Regent Beeson. Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. I was looking at the options to consider, and I'm unsure what we're intending to do with these options, but for the purpose of maybe staking a claim to my opinion on the options, I'm not in favor of option 1, which increases 15% for the next 4 years. I am in favor of mitigating that incrementally to potentially option 2.
Excuse me, Regent Broad, could you pull your mic down?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I assume that I'm just loud. And then I also am in favor of the tuition discounting approach, both with new freshmen, but I'm particularly interested in making sure that we're not making significant challenges for our current students. And so I believe that the approach is intended to do all three of those, all four of those options, but I don't support option one. And then it looks like the president wants to, I have one other comment, but I'd be happy to wait if.
President Keller?
Mr. Chair, Regent Broad, indeed, this slide 22 in front of you now is meant to spur exactly this kind of conversation. But we are certainly, and I've said this many times, it doesn't always seem to translate into being heard. We are going to buffer any out-of-state NR tuition increase on current students for sure. We are not, if we took option one, which I don't favor either, we would not impose that on students who are already here.
Continue, please, Regent Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think that's where I stand on the options. I also just wanted to make note, and it's a bit off course, but I'm going to do it anyway. As we look at the R&R budget, I know that we're not approving a project list here today. But in the spirit of front-end loading the budget conversations, I'm going to front-end load my opinion on the capital project list conversation. And, you know, I'm really somewhat disappointed that we have the 6th oldest building on campus with significant environmental challenges in terms of the high concentrations of lead, 0 rating in terms of accessibility, and it's not on our list. So I really hope, Mr. Chairman, that we aren't waiting for another entity to move, but that we put the Armory in our R&R list, because I can't think of another building that we would allow to maintain that condition on this campus. And so I just wanted to front-end load my strong opinion on that as we consider our R&R project list for the capital budget which we'll be seeing alongside of this.
We have Vice President Wheelock approaching.
I got the phone the friend look from Vice President Fitzenreiter. So
welcome, Vice President Wheelock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Regent Broad. Yes, we are challenged with many old facilities with environmental issues. I know that the President had indicated before we do the 6-year capital plan update that he wanted to find a way in our process to make sure we're soliciting input from the regions on key issues. We certainly know that there's been a lot of interest in this project from several regions, and several regions have been on site looking at the facility and talking to staff there. So we're aware that we need to make sure that we consider this along with the other competing requests as we build that plan.
Vice President Wheelock, a question. Is there the Armory Training Center, is that not a different building in a sense than all other buildings? Because it has a federal presence, a state presence of military training and education. And thinking back to my military days, I know they had an Armory Commission. I don't know if it exists anymore or not, but they would examine and investigate and inventory, which they just recently came out and decided they're going to close 10 or 11 training sites, armories around the state. My point is, if they were to be asked to come into inventory, I'm sure there are people in the Army National Guard that have those kind of capabilities and would give advice to the university. Is that been tried, or that's simply not possible?
Mr. Chair, thank you. We have spent some time looking to see if there were other funds that might be available. I think this is a modification of that recommendation where maybe they can give us some advice about rehabbing. It's a little bit of a misnomer, without getting into too much complexity today, to call it an armory, because we use it for the ROTC, but when we talk about armories and federal programs, that's really a different type of use. But we certainly know that we have some key environmental challenges, and I think understanding the desired program, and as we think about a reinvestment in that building, what a preferred program for that building might be something where we would want to solicit some outside counsel.
Very good, thank you. Regent Rocha, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that conversation. I know we're kind of getting into a very specific concept here, but that has been one of the things that has been an issue for many years In the early 90s, it was in about as bad a shape as it is now, I think maybe with a little bit more deterioration over that time, but we couldn't touch it because at that point it was controlled by the federal government. But in the intervening years, I believe it's become the property of the university. And so one of the challenges, I think, with the armory and using it as the description of the building, not the technical term of what an armory is that it has a different relationship between that faculty and sort of the normal governance of the university. And so as those folks kind of come and go, they don't really have the ability to raise the issue in the same way as would a traditional faculty. And so I'm pleased to see that that conversation is coming. And considering its proximity to the field house, its ability to serve Army Reservists and National Guard and so on, including the other things that it already does when PSEO, I believe, is located there and other things. I think that there's a real opportunity to have that integration with the community. I appreciate that. Thank you, Vice President Wheelock. The first point I want to make is that this is a really great start, and I would share the sentiment of Regent McMillan and add Regent McMillan to the mix, that the board leadership and especially President Kaler for starting this process the way it is. You know, the historic concern of boards is, you know, we find out 2 days before the board meeting, you know, here's the budget, now you got to vote on it, and you can't even get through the whole thing. And here we're actually partnering with the President's office and his team to address these things, and I think that is a significant advancement for us, and I appreciate that. I want to touch on something that Regent Broad mentioned a moment ago as we look at the options that we have in front of us. I want to make clear that when we talk about the non-resident, non-reciprocity students and those increases, I fully agree that we need to meet the bargain that we've made with the people that chose to come here under certain expectations. I would never support a 10% effective net increase for somebody. That's not, as you might recall, a year ago I suggested, well, what if we raise it and then automatically give a waiver of that amount, and then that gives us flexibility with a different optic and puts us in the mix. I want to just make it very clear that the students that are here, the non-residents that are here, I would never support a proposal that would yield those folks having to drop out of school or incurring, you know, draconian increases in their student debt to finish. But as we go forward, I do still think that there are ways of having more flexibility in targeting the students that we want and providing support to students both in-state and non-residents as we go forward. I do have a question. When we talk about the compensation pool, and you might remember this question from, about a year ago or a little less than a year ago, will that be broken down by various employment categories, or are we just simply going to get that big block number again?
Mr. Fitzenreiter?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we create a pool, we allocate that, well, sometimes we don't have it, we force the college or the unit to reallocate to pay that pool. It would be generally, depending on whether you're a bargaining unit, it goes one way. For the civil services, goes one way. For academic and faculty, it's merit. We could probably do some math to show you how it falls, but it's generally going to be a pool at 2.5%.
Regent Rocha?
Sure. Then I understand, and maybe there's some complexity that I haven't, been fully familiarized with, but I would like to see it broken down, because, for instance, if you were going to tell me it was a 5 or even a 10% increase for our $9 an hour lab workers, I would be quite supportive of that. Sure. If we're talking about other categories of employees, I would want to specifically understand why we're exceeding the rate of inflation, for the same reasons I gave a year ago. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, presenters. This is beyond my wildest dreams in terms of a budget framework from just less than a year ago. I do have a couple questions about specific items that I guess I'm not sure where they fit into your framework, but for example, so we've invested another $16 million in our law school, and we had a presentation about how that $4 million from last year is going to be reduced by some amount for this year. So that would be a savings actually from last year's budget, or assuming that you're going to increase it or keep it the same this year. So where do those decreases actually fit into the framework?
Ms. Tonneson?
Regent Chair, members, Regent Johnson, members, Regent Hsu, the reductions, addressing, for example, the law school, the reductions that they will make in their budget, so they will reallocate funds internally, that will actually show up in what we present to you as included in one of our final reallocation lists, as well as what they're spending those reallocated dollars for, in this case to address their structural imbalance, would show up as operating support for the law school in the investment side. So we would show all of the different pieces that are addressing that issue depending on what they are. If it was a tuition revenue increase that's supporting part of it, that will be their reallocation, would be in a reallocation example pool, and then the investment in their operating budget would be an investment.
Mr. Chairman, member, maybe I want to clarify. We have provided the law school one-time money,
yes,
in substantial amounts to help them, but that's one-time money rather than recurring money, so it was a balance we had. But I think because of the interest in the law school, and frankly, we can do it with all the budgets, we can provide you with sort of here's the puts and takes on the decisions that were made for next year's budget on the law school. Easy to do for you.
Okay, thank you. Regent Hsu? Okay, thank you. Regent Lucas, and then we're going to come to a conclusion on the budget discussion. Please, Regent Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question when you're looking at available resources and you look at tuition, and what do you do with what we were presented with, that there might be a decrease in non-resident applications, and I believe that the whole economy of the non-resident tuition has resulted in a positive for the budget. But if we see a decrease in non-resident applications and students, how do you factor that in? Because we heard from Vice President McMaster that there was at this point in time, an 8% drop.
Ms. Tonneson?
Mr. Chair, members, that is part of the process when we meet with the units to talk about their projected enrollment changes. It happens that this particular potential softening in the applications, they probably don't know yet how to factor that in. So what happens is we work with them on how conservative they should be in their revenue estimate, because they're responsible in their budget. If their tuition comes in under budget, they're responsible for covering that in the short term. So we work with them on how conservative they should be. And so that sort of nuance would be a part of that conversation unit by unit about enrollment and how to adjust the revenue for that.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for the very good discussion, and thank you, presenters, for your work. And we'll have continued conversation, I am sure, as we move forward in the budget discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we consider a resolution on restructuring system-wide operation and leadership. President Kaler, would you care to make some opening remarks?
Thank you, Chair Johnson. I hope we can make a little time on this. Members of the board, last month I presented to you for discussion the resolution in front of you to reorganize the university's operation leadership. Since then, I've consulted with faculty governance leadership and senior leadership. Today, I'm presenting the resolution for your approval. As you know, responsibility for system-wide university operations is currently distributed across 3 offices, all of whom report to me: the Office of Human Resources, Information Technology, and University Services. The Office of Budget and Finance also reports to the President. Upcoming retirement of our Chief Financial Officer and Vice President for Finance, Fitzenreiter, creates an opportunity to align finance and operations functions structurally. That will foster collaboration and create greater efficiency and effectiveness. So the resolution, pending your approval, creates the new position of Senior Vice President for Finance and Operations. University Services, Finance, HR, and IT will report to that Senior Vice President. System-wide budget development, investments, accounting, financial policy, and legislative support will continue to be provided through finance. The Vice Presidents for University Services and HR will continue to staff their respective board committees. The responsibility of the Senior Vice President includes strategic financial leadership, operational leadership, system-wide. Serves as the board treasurer and staff liaison to the Finance Committee of the board. oversight of the budget process, leadership to ensure operations functions are serving the institution's mission and academic priorities, and facilitation of system-wide long and short-term financial planning and analysis. In addition, this resolution will change the title of the university's chief academic officer from senior vice president and provost to executive vice president and provost, which recognizes the provost's responsibility for global programs and civic engagement, in addition to academics on the Twin Cities campus, and reflects and reinforces the primacy of the university's academic mission. On one other matter, I understand that athletics oversight on the Twin Cities campus is a concern for some regions. First, of course, I take this very seriously, and the athletic director does report to me. I meet with him or her one-on-one frequently, and I approve all contract provisions and other major decisions. I am ultimately accountable for the activities of the athletic director. I also chair the Council of Presidents and Chancellors, the leadership of the Big Ten, and I represent the Big Ten on the NCAA Board of Directors. So I spend considerable time managing operational policy and governance issues related to athletics. However, I know there are concerns about reporting relationships, and I understand those better. So I would like to have further discussion with the Regents about those, and I request the board chair appoint a small ad hoc task force to look at these issues moving forward and advise me. So that's sort of the resolution before you. I urge your approval.
We have before us the resolution on system-wide operation restructuring. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Move approval. Is there a second? Second. There's moved and second. Discussion. Discussion. Regent Hsu.
Question. Is the final version of this in our board effect version, or is there a newer version?
Mr. Steves?
That is the...
President Kaler?
Chair Johnson, Regent Hsu, I don't have it right in front of me, but it should be the final version. And I do request an input on the athletics reporting, as I mentioned. You have?
Yes, right there.
Yeah, that is. Yes.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I would recommend a change to the dotted line relationship between your chief of staff and the athletics director.
Regent Hsu has recommended, Mr. President, a change in the dotted line as it relates to the athletic director, chief of staff. Comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regent Hsu. That is the issue to which I would like to have a smaller group of regents discuss with me so that I can more fully understand concerns, and together we could craft a solution that we would all be comfortable with.
Regent Simmons.
Thank you. I'm glad that Regent Hsu brought this up. To clarify, my understanding when I made the motion was that that dotted line was gone based on the president's statement.
But it's there.
Right, that was the confusion because it's in the document.
I'm confused.
Mr. President? Chair Johnston, Regent Simmons, the dotted line reporting relationship for athletics is exactly the issue to which I would like to have a smaller group of regents discuss and advise. With that provision, I would like the resolution, however, to move forward so that we can proceed with the search for the Vice President for Finance and Operations.
Mr. President, point of clarification on a day-to-day operational basis. Perhaps it'd be helpful for the board. How would that work in regard to, say, we're hiring a new coach for sport XYZ, and that communication with you?
So, Chair Johnson, that depends on the profile of the coach. In a non-revenue sport, the AD would conduct that search, would identify the finalist to me. I would then say yes or no. The Chief of Staff would get periodic updates and advise me in our regular meetings. On a higher profile coaching decision, I would be in closer touch with the athletic director directly as that search proceeded.
Mr. President, is it safe to say that the compensation package of any coach would be presented to you and you would agree or disagree or amend? Is that correct?
Chair Johnson, that is correct.
Very good. Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm comfortable with the resolution. I'm uncomfortable with the underlying document. So I don't know if we can separate the two, but you know, passing the resolution, it doesn't define the dotted line between the Chief of Staff and the Athletic Director. So if you can separate the underlying document from the resolution, I'd be in favor of it. If we can't separate the underlying document from the resolution, I would be opposed to it.
Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little uncomfortable that we're combining the motion to reorg the chief operating officer with a little more of a dynamic situation in athletics. We've got there may be other things that through this conversation today that we decide to focus on as part of this small group task force. So I'll be flexible on this, but my preference would be just to have the motion relate to the operating office position. And I'm willing to make a motion on that if that meets with the president's approval of the chairs.
Regent Beeson, are you saying the motion absent the flow chart? Is that what you're suggesting?
As it relates to athletics?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, President Kaler.
Chair Johnson, Regent Beeson, I am reading this once again to be sure I'm about to say something that's right, but I don't believe the resolution per se addresses the dotted line relationship, and in the listing there is not a mention of the dotted line relationship. So I believe the resolution per se can stand alone and achieve the purposes that we want to achieve.
Thank you.
Regent Simmons.
And to clarify, that was the intent of my motion, and it followed, I thought, consistently with what the president had said, asking for the ad hoc task force. I'm not going to approve something today that we're committed to potentially revising, but the resolution as it stands is consistent with what was said.
Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I initially had strong reservations about this, but things that Regent Cohen has said has convinced me. I appreciate the conversation and the dynamic that's going on. This is my basic philosophy. I support the president's resolution. I think I appreciate that he brings this for our approval. But I think fundamentally, when you're in the position of the president at this institution, you need to be able to sort of set up your team. My sense of accountability is the president. And if this is how he wants to structure it, it takes a pretty high threshold for me to think that the board should step in and say, you can't have this. It's an accountability thing. And it's actually something we'll be talking about in a little bit in terms of what the board actually does receive for understanding accountability and having an ability to weigh in on things on a routine basis. So from that standpoint, I think that the concerns that people are raising from a sort of objective perspective, I think that there is a bit of confusion as to how that works, and I think people want some clarity. But I think Regent Beeson's point is correct. We shouldn't make this overarching decision based on the passions of the moment. And so from that standpoint, I appreciate the thoughtfulness. My one reservation and one concern, and I think that the president has addressed this, is I want to make sure it doesn't lead to just a higher cost administrative structure, but I don't think that's what we have. It's a better organized structure for what the president says he needs, and so I support it.
Thank you. Regent Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. President Kaler, and I guess my question is more a point. When I look at the organizational chart, everybody who's on that vice presidential line, including the athletic director, all of them have a direct report to the president, as does the athletic director, but the athletic director also has a report by this dotted line to the chief of staff. I'm just wondering, what's the rationale for that? Where did that come from in history? I don't know that.
President Kaler.
Chair Johnson, Regent Anderson, the reason I can't give you the historical connection, but I will tell you the reason for that is because, as we all know, the visibility around athletics is higher than the visibility is around, let me pick one, most research, for example. And so the connection with my office and the idea that the AD and the chief of staff are in close contact so that my office, if not me personally, are informed of things that happen.
So the follow-up on that, is that then, maybe I'm mistaken, that's then intended to give you more access to what's going on in athletics rather than less?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Regent McMillan.
Just to add further clarity, if you look at the 159, the org chart, what we're relating to then is President Kaler's resolution would relate to the two bolded offices on that and really to nothing else at this point. That's the key focus. They're both in bold, the Executive Vice President Provost and the SVP in Finance and Operations.
Correct. Chair Johnson.
And to further clarify, your ad hoc request or for request for an ad hoc input would relate to some of these other elements and how we might structure those in a good back and forth dialogue over the next couple of months.
Thank you, Chair Johnson, Regent McMillan, for saying that very clearly. I probably wasn't as articulate in my initial comments as I could have been.
Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely agree with the spirit. The problem I'm having is the language. So in the first whereas, it says that the Regents recognize and reaffirm the importance of providing the President with flexibility in the organization, reporting lines and positions descriptions. So I generally agree that the President should have the ability to construct his team. The President is indicating that he's willing to work with the board relative to that structure because there's some concerns over the dotted line relationship between the athletic director and the chief of staff. What I'm worried about is the process of if I vote for the resolution and this ad hoc group comes back with a decision that I don't agree with on that org chart relative to that position, where do I get to weigh in?
Chair Johnson, Regent Broad. We really have two things here that have become tangled, and Regent McMillan pointed this out. What this is about are the Executive Vice President appointment and the COO appointment. Full stop. Second subject, dotted line relationship and the reporting of athletics. If the ad hoc group agrees that the current situation is the optimum situation, then I would take no further action. I would tell you about that. If you continue to have concerns, we could revisit that and elevate that discussion. If the ad hoc group suggests that we need to make a change, then I would bring that change back to this group for affirmation, just as historically we have done with all high-end reorganizations.
Just as a follow-up.
Regent Broad.
But we're not passing anything today. So that's what I'm worried about is that, so I think it should come back to the group in either case, because today we're essentially agnostic on that issue if we're passing it the way that Regent McMillan is suggesting and that you're suggesting. So in either case, I think that piece has to come back to the board, whether it has the dotted line or whether it doesn't have the dotted line. Because right now, today, we're effectively saying we're taking no position on it.
Regent Broad, are you more comfortable with passing the resolution with the caveat that the ad hoc committee recommendation come back to the board?
Yes.
After consultation with the President?
So moved.
Second. On the Broad Beeson motion, any discussion?
Could I have a clarification?
It's an amendment.
Oh, it is an amendment. Okay.
It's an amendment. It's an amendment. Regent Cohen.
All right. Thanks, Chair Johnson. I'd just like some clarification. We are voting on a resolution, and in addition, are we voting on the appointment of an ad hoc committee, or is that at the President's discretion, and we are voting on a resolution before us? I'm confused.
I withdraw my motion because I think it doesn't work, but we need to figure out how to make it work.
Regent Broad has withdrawn her motion. Do you concur with that, Regent Beeson?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, what we have before us is the restructuring system-wide operations leadership resolution. As an aside to that, the President has suggested in his remarks that an ad hoc committee be established at the whims of the chair to give advice, counsel, and consent to the President in regard to the dotted line of the Chief of Staff to the Athletic Director. So in the motion, Regent Cohen, and if I'm not right about this, please help, that's not part of the motion. The dotted line issue is not part of the motion. We're voting on the resolution. But the comments of the President wanting to have an ad hoc committee to advise on that matter. Am I stating that correctly? You are. Okay. So we have before us now the resolution without amendments. Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm fine with the resolution as we have it right now. Do we need a subsequent decision on formally setting up that, or do we not? And if we don't, I want to make sure that we have language somewhere that says it comes back to us.
Regent Simmons.
I don't care how it looks.
May I suggest that we ask the chair to appoint the task force, hear from the regents on how we want to handle the conclusions. I think we may know better once we get that task force going. I don't think we have to take action directing anything back to this board for approval, but maybe that's what we decide to do.
Regent Broad.
Right, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, my vote somewhat is dependent upon it. So that's my challenge, is that if I'm not going to see it, then I struggle with approving it. And so that's where I'm having a bit of a cart before the horse.
Then why don't we ask the board chair to promise to bring it back?
Pinky swear.
Regent Broad, you're talking yourself into an appointment.
I wonder how she'll come down on the issue.
I'm serious. You know, you have an interest and you care about it, and you've been involved in the audit of compliance. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm in. Let's go.
Are you in? Okay. So, with that, will you support the resolution?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Regent McMillan.
Chair Johnson, just again for added clarity, the resolution does not incorporate by reference or otherwise the diagram. So the listing of, and as President Kaler and I clarified a minute ago, the change in that is to the bolded ones. They're listed there, they're described by title. The org chart is for added information only and is not part of the resolution.
That is
diagram.
That is my understanding, Regent McMillan.
I just read it. I don't see any reference to it, so we're not approving the diagram.
Correct. President Kaler, is that correct?
I think we're ready for a vote, Chair.
Regent Omari.
So we're just voting on the resolution as is?
Yes.
As originally brought to us before, all right.
That is correct. Further discussion on the resolution. If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevailed. Thank you very much. Next, members of the board and Mr. President, would like to invite Chancellor Johnson from the Morris campus. And over the past 2 years, we have spent a great deal of time discussing the Twin Cities strategic plan. Today, we'll begin a series of conversations focused on strategic priorities at each of our system campuses. This will position us to engage in a conversation about how best to align goals across the system. President Kaler, would you be so kind as to start us off on this important matter?
Thank you, Chair Johnson and Chancellor Johnson. I praised you in my President's remarks, and I will praise you again when I visit with you at the Jackie Fest in April in Morris. But given the time, I will not praise you again right this minute. The floor is yours.
Very good. Chancellor Johnson, welcome. On behalf of the board, we thank you as well for your service. And I understand there is a gathering out at Morris, which I will be attending late in the month of April. So we look forward to that occasion. Please, Chancellor Johnson, begin.
I'm just thinking after you hear my report, you might not want to praise me. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Chair Johnson, Regents, President Kaler, thank you for this opportunity to provide you with information about the University of Minnesota Morris's strategic plan. As you saw in the docket materials, the plan actually predates me. In fact, it was one of the reasons that I was attracted to the position of the Morris Chancellor when it was still in draft form. The plan derives from a clear statement of mission and purpose, and I just put it up in front of you here in case you haven't seen it lately. The plan is also directed by an overarching strategic goal, and note the date of October 2006. The plan was endorsed by the Campus Assembly at the University of Minnesota Morris and presented to then President Bob Brunix actually on November 1st of 2006, and you'll see an interesting phrase at the end of this overarching strategic goal, and that is that the University of Minnesota Morris would position itself as a public honors college. Just to explain a little bit about that, because I think you will recognize that that is not how we have come to describe ourselves. Just as the University of Minnesota Morris campus was endorsing its strategic plan, the University of Minnesota Twin Cities was embarking on a $26 million initiative directed at undergraduate students, and those initiatives included a plan to develop an honors program. So we were instructed by then Provost Tom Sullivan that we could not use the concept of a public honors college to describe the University of Minnesota Morris campus, and so therefore we have not. But if you looked at the document, you will see that that public honors college language occurs throughout the document. I don't need to tell you, and this is the organizing framework for the Morris Strategic Plan. If you've looked at the plan, you can see a variety of initiatives listed under these headings. I don't need to tell you that the University of Minnesota system is unique in higher education with 5 campuses, each with a distinctive mission. It's not a cookie-cutter system. I'm aware that the Regents are interested in how the Twin Cities Strategic Plan, which you have multiple opportunities to review and vet, links to the plans of the other 4 campuses, which for the most part you have not had opportunities to review or vet. So I will, in a few minutes, use some elements of the Twin Cities Strategic Plan to show the linkage between the Morris campus and the Twin Cities campus, and I think you will see that there is, in fact, a strong element of goodness of fit. And this in spite of the fact that the Twin Cities campus is big and Morris is not. The Twin Cities campus is urban and Morris is not. The Twin Cities campus is comprehensive in its focus, a Research 1, and Morris is entirely focused on undergraduates with a public liberal arts mission. In fact, you've heard me say this before, I like to describe us as a public-private. We are residential with full-time students who live, learn, and lead in a human-sized community. Twin Cities campus is NCAA Division I Gophers. We are NCAA as well, but we are not Division I. We are not Division II, like Crookston and Duluth, and we are not Gophers. We are Cougars. We are Division III, and that is not a lesser or a lower division. Instead, it's the division of scholar athletes with competitive sports, no athletic scholarships, and our coaches are modestly compensated. By some standards, you might even say that they are meagerly compensated. So here are the key components of this presentation from the Morris Strategic Plan. These are the things that I would like to focus on. The plan focuses on students, and so will I. The plan directs us to enhance our national brand, to enhance alumni and donor relations. The next 2 bullet points on this slide are taken from the Twin Cities Strategic Plan. That language is not in the Morris Strategic Plan, but I think you'll see in a number of ways the plan speaks to those 2 bullet points, and the plan also directs us to improve facilities, and that is what I will end with. So the Morris Strategic Plan focuses on students, as you might expect it should, given our undergraduate mission. The plan sets specific goals. For example, it calls on us to increase enrollment, to increase diversity, at the same time that we maintain our selectivity standards. In a 10-year period, our degree-seeking student enrollment has grown by 14%. Our student of color numbers have nearly doubled, now at 27% of our students. And I do just need to make a correction. There is an incorrect statistic in the students' presentation, and Corey and I talked about this in a sidebar just a minute ago. The student presentation says that the system student of color number is 26.8%. I looked it up as they were talking because that didn't seem right to me. The fact is that in the spring of 2016, students of color, and that includes American Indian students on the Morris campus, are 26.8%. That's a Morris campus statistic. The system statistic is about 10 points lower than that at 17%. Students of color on the Twin Cities campus in the spring of 2016 are at 18.1%. That might become relevant later on. On our campus, international student numbers have increased tenfold from just a handful of students in 2005 to 193, currently at 9%. And our American Indian student numbers have doubled. They're now at 18% of our student population. I think it's interesting to look at the asterisk here to give you some perspective on both the actual number and the percentage of American Indian students on the Morris campus compared to Duluth, and these are just undergraduates. Duluth also has active graduate programs, but just undergraduates, 140 students on Duluth campus, 317 on the Morris campus, and even more interesting, I think, 1.2% of the Twin Cities campus population with an N of 367, so almost as many American Indian students on the Morris campus as on the Twin Cities campus, and we have maintained our selectivity standards over the same period. with an average ACT of just over 25. I'm really proud that we have increased our enrollment in this 10-year period on the Morris campus. It's a product of the good work, as you can imagine, of many people, including award-winning faculty, just named McKnight Fellow. I think you'll get to meet him at the May meeting. But I want you to understand how very difficult enrollment growth is, and I think this is directly related to some of your early conversation. As you look at this slide, you can begin to imagine perhaps the impact on the Morris campus if indeed the Twin Cities goes forward with its plan to increase undergraduate enrollment by another 2,000 to 3,000 students, and you just approved that plan. Even if it does ramp up out-of-state student recruiting, and I know you have mixed feelings about that. If you look at this slide, and without belaboring it, think of it as a funnel. It's from the year 2013-14, but the pattern is probably very similar. It shows you the number of high school seniors in the state of Minnesota. It tells you how many institutions of higher education there are. That includes privates and publics and community colleges. It shows you how many of those students who are seniors in high school continue their college education. It shows you how many of that percentage then leave, see how the funnel goes down, then leave the state to go on to college, and then it shows you the 3 largest institutions in the state of Minnesota and how many new in-state freshmen they enroll, and then it shows you how many students are left for the rest of us, if you will. And that's just about 23,000 students, and if you divide those by the 116 institutions that are left, and if they were distributed equally, you would see that we would get about 195 students per institution. The fact that Morris is able to get over 400 students in its new high school class, and that we serve in our total student population 80% Minnesota residents, I think is a pretty impressive data point. Strategic plan calls on us to improve our 4-year graduation rates. We've also done that, increased them by 9 percentage points. Looking at those 2 cohorts, our 6-year graduation rates have also improved by 9 percentage points. And again, the details are here. I imagine that there are a variety of ways to increase graduation rates. One way is to change your student profile, to become more selective, although that often means becoming less diverse, and so I think you can see how some of the numbers that I'm citing here might come together. It may also mean that a campus is attracting more students from privileged backgrounds. Another way, and I'm just going to call it the Morris way, is to increase graduation rates by promoting access and student success even while maintaining selectivity standards. For 3 years in a row, the Midwestern Higher Education Consortium has found the University of Minnesota Morris to be the most effective public baccalaureate institution in the state of Minnesota, producing graduation rates that are higher than would be predicted given the student population that we serve. Students who are first generation, more than 1/3 on the Morris campus, students of color, as I just said, 27%, students coming from families with high financial need, about 1/3 of our students. And so while our absolute graduation rates may not be the highest, that honor goes to the Twin Cities campus. When you put it in this perspective, and that's what the Midwestern Higher Education Consortium does, we are, as I said, for 3 years in a row named the most effective public baccalaureate campus in the state of Minnesota. Proud of our students. The strategic plan also calls on us to enhance undergraduate opportunities and success, and we've done many things in relation to that as well. We've created an academic center for enrichment. That was one of the directives early on in the plan. We've expanded undergraduate research. Our NSSE data, National Survey of Student Engagement, shows that 51% of our seniors have participated in faculty-mentored undergraduate research or creative production. 46% of our seniors that same year indicated that they would have studied abroad by the time they graduated. The strategic plan called on us to secure national scholarships and fellowships. In the last 5 or 6 years, we've had 3 Trumans, 2 Udalls, and a collection of Fulbrights, including another Fulbright that was just named this spring. The plan calls on us to secure external funding. We've also been successful in doing that. In August, we received a federal TRIO, Student Support Services grant of $1.2 million. In September, just of this last year, we received a Native American Serving Non-Tribal Institution grant from the federal government of $2.1 million. Earlier, we received funds from the Margaret A. Cargill Foundation. to develop a Sustainable Leaders for the Future program, and we also have a Howard Hughes Medical Institute grant. Those grants typically go not to public institutions, but to private liberal arts colleges. Again, you don't get to our campus very often. I want to show you lots of our students. This student, I believe, is a student on the Morris campus who received a Howard Hughes Medical Institute national internship this summer. They're very competitive, and it is, I think, the second one that one of our students has won. The strategic plan calls on us to enhance our national reputation, strengthen our brand. I listened to Link Carlson, a couple of months ago, present to the Regents and talk about rankings and how they don't matter. And then I think at just about every meeting of the Regents subsequent to that, somebody's talked about rankings. So they matter when you get them, and the University of Minnesota Morris gets a lot of them, and I won't say any more about this slide than that. I ran out of room. Couldn't show you all of the national rankings and accolades and awards that we've received over the course of the last 10 years. The strategic plan calls on us to expand and improve alumni and donor relationships, and we've also done that. We've established a young alumni program. We've established a program called Morris on the Move, where we meet our alumni where they are: Phoenix, Seattle, Boston, D.C. We hadn't been doing that before. We've implemented an online opt-in service to connect current students with alumni in their fields, and we're having a record-breaking year in philanthropic giving. The most money ever that we've brought in is happening this year, and the year isn't over yet. Helen, Jane, and Edward J. Morrison are two of our friends, two donors. They're Minnesota Morris residents. They spend the better part of their year in Scottsdale. They were part of the community, the members of the community in the 1950s who believed that there should be a public liberal arts college out on the prairie. They're both in their 90s. They're vibrant and fun and funny, and they have been giving to the University of Minnesota Morris over the course of the last 55 years, including most recently a gift that allows us to renovate the art gallery and to have more funds for better quality exhibits in that gallery. Let me talk for just a couple of minutes about the intersection between the University of Minnesota Morris strategic plan and the Twin Cities strategic plan. These two quotations, I think they're pretty close to quotations from the Twin Cities strategic plan, were on an earlier slide. And I look at them and I think perhaps the Morris strategic plan was ahead of its time. The Morris strategic plan calls on us to provide an actual learning laboratory, one that will prepare students and assist the region in demonstrating how certain challenges, environmental issues, issues of social justice, climate change can be addressed. The Morris campus is both a research and a demonstration platform for exactly these tasks. In the last 10 years, we have added a second wind turbine. We have commissioned the biomass plant that burns corn cobs and promises to put money back into the local economy while heating and cooling the campus. We've added solar in a couple of different places on campus. This is solar added to the new residence hall. We have added composting. We have one of the best cold weather composting sites in the nation. We've planted gardens, organic and non-organic, I don't know if that's the right term, as well as a Three Sisters garden in partnership with the White Earth Nation. We've added interdisciplinary major programs in environmental studies and environmental science. And as I said before, we've secured funding from the prestigious Margaret A. Cargill Foundation to promote leadership attributes and experiences for students interested in sustainability. The strategic plan is mindful of our importance to the community and the region, and it calls on us to strengthen these relations, and we have done this in a variety of ways through our Center for Small Towns, through service learning and community service projects, led always by students seeking change. And I want you to know that this is not a protest. These are students on this year's Martin Luther King Day of Service. We have just finished serving in a variety of local offices, places, and are walking from those gathering ports to a local church where students, faculty, staff, and community business leaders have prepared a community meal for campus and community members. So Again, this engagement, our work related to sustainability, environmental initiatives, and community participation has attracted donors, some of them who have no affiliation with us other than shared vision, and that's a pretty important affiliation. This is a picture from the University of Minnesota Morris's newly dedicated eco station, a gift of 140 acres of undeveloped prairie, woods, and water. It's an extension of the learning laboratory that is Morris, and it was a gift from a couple who are not alumni, but who believe in what we're doing and who share the vision with us. The last strategic goal that I'll mention here is the goal of improving facilities. In fact, the strategic plan calls on us to provide facilities that are comparable to our peer and aspirant institutions, and again, we've met a number of these goals. As you just saw, the second wind turbine, the biomass plant, solar panels. In 2006, we completed renovation of a faculty office and classroom building. In 2013, we opened the Green Prairie Community Residence Hall, the first residence hall on our campus since 1970. That's the truth. In 2010, we opened the renovated Welcome Center, which houses admissions, external relations, the Center for Small Towns, sustainability, and community engagement offices, and both of those last two buildings are LEED Gold certified. We've worked hard to make an already beautiful campus even more beautiful, supported through donor and campus funds, and we've added outdoor sculpture and capitalized on the creative imaginations of our grounds crew. We've redesigned and landscaped several garden areas, and that piece of sculpture is being unveiled by Dylan, who is then our student government president, and a West Central School of Agriculture alum, who is also a significant donor to the University of Minnesota Morris. Well, we've done a lot, but there's lots more to do. The campus was originally home, I think as you know, to an American Indian boarding school. Then it was home to the West Central School of Agriculture, and only since 1960 have we been a public liberal arts college. The campus is tied to important historical moments in the region's and the country's history. It's listed as a district on the National Historic Registry, housing buildings of architectural significance, early 20th century buildings designed by Clarence Johnston, a mid-century building designed by Ralph Rapson. The campus houses buildings of historic and cultural significance. Morris campus buildings include the last remaining building from the American Indian boarding school era on a college or university campus, badly in need of renovation. Our buildings are outmoded. They are outdated, and I think you've seen a graphic like this before for the Twin Cities campus. It's got lots of red and orange. You don't need to know all of the details, only to know that the red buildings are described as being in critical condition, and the orange buildings are described as being in poor, so I appreciate your interest in the Armory, but I want you to know that there are at least 5 buildings on the Morris campus that are historically and culturally significant and really in need of renovation. Our buildings are outdated, outmoded. They lack elevators. They're badly in need of investment, both for the kinds of things that HEPR supports, which is what this graphic shows, and the kinds of things that need to be supported through university investments and included on the bonding bill, and yet we can't seem to get your attention for that. So to end, a community member came up to me several years ago after I had welcomed a group of visitors to campus, and he said, "I can tell you love this place by the way you talk about it." And then he said, "I love it too. When I think of the University of Minnesota Morris, I think of it as a place of hope." And I'm reminded of that poem by Wendell Berry. You know the one, The Peace of Wild Things? It starts like this. "When despair for the world grows in me, and I wake in the night at the least sound in fear of what my life and my children's lives may be, I go and lie down where the wood drake rests in his beauty on the water and the great heron feeds." It's that poem. There's more to it than that, but you get the idea. And I think he was right about that place of hope thing. So do I. I think of this campus as a place of hope. This is a campus that models, a different way of thinking, of doing, of being. This is a campus that puts students first, a campus that has high expectations for all who come to live and learn here, that helps students and their families realize that the American dream isn't dead, isn't a thing of the past. We're not perfect, but we are a place of action, a place with vision, a place where dreams are realized, a place of hope. that concludes my remarks, but I do just want to say thank you to all of the regents, both individually, personally, and collectively, and to President Kaler and other system administrators for all of the support that you've shown me over the course of the last 10 years. It's been kind of a wonderful run. And just my appreciation for what you've done and for what you will do, I hope, for the University of Minnesota Morris. So thank you very much. That concludes my remarks.
Chancellor Johnson, we want to again thank you for your 10-year efforts at the University of Minnesota Morris with a round of applause and appreciation. Regent Devine, a short question.
Thank you. No question. Just want to say, Chancellor Johnson, thank you for your focus on student-centered outcomes. It's greatly appreciated and it's understood, and your work there has been terrific. Your improvement in the ACT score, the 80% of the Minnesotans there. I want to say one other quick thing that we heard in a presentation yesterday. The dental school right now has the highest number of students of American Indian origin of any dental school in the country, and our programming there is, I guess, directly related to the work that you've done. I think that's a noteworthy challenge that's been met, and it certainly fits into the diversity program that we all talk about. You're walking the talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Anderson.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say, I've been sitting here a year, and one of the first people I met was Chancellor Johnson. Morris is out in my neck of the woods, and I just want to say that Crookston is out that way also, so this kind of goes with also. But in Morris, you seem to always do great with less. And I'm working on trying to get you more.
Yeah, let's not go forward with that.
It always seems like. And the other thing is, in Morris, Minnesota, I love going to the campus and visiting. Chancellor Johnson's about as close to a rock star as you can get in a small town in west central Minnesota as you can get. So I've appreciated your friendship this last year.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The report of the committees, since the committees did not meet this month, we will forego committee reports. Is there any old business? Is there any old business? If not, is there any new business to come before the board? Any new business? Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have distributed. I have a resolution regarding what's titled Specification of Appointment Authority. It really goes to clarifying our current policy on reservation delegation of authority for approval of commercial transactions or other matters not otherwise subject to board approval. You can read it. I think you've read it.
It's being distributed now, Regent Hsu.
Okay. It's the same version that was distributed earlier by email.
It's me.
Ryan was good enough to provide history of approval, specifically approval of coaches' contracts, although this particular resolution includes all employees over $250,000 or a total contract amount of $600,000. In discussing with colleagues over the last couple days, it's clear to me that there are some different views on what the dollar amount should be. And as I said in my email, I included the number of 250,000 because, first of all, I had received a number, I don't have it here, that showed that we have 78 employees over $300,000, including athletics and administration. And so I figured 250,000 would be a good number to start with. Others have told me that they believe that the number should start at the pay scale where the governor is, which is, I believe, around 125,000, 130,000. Others have said the highest salary paid outside of the state, or outside of the university and by the state, is the salary for the Supreme Court, Chief of the Supreme Court of Minnesota, and I think that number is in the 175, 180 range. So I thought 250 was still a good number to leave on this thing for now, but I welcome discussion on that. So I move this resolution.
It's been moved, the resolution of specification of appointment of authority. Is there a second?
I second it.
Been moved and second. We have before us the resolution. Regent Simmons.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. I would like to explain why I will not be participating in the discussion on this item, nor intend to vote for it. I believe that items for board action should be noticed and docketed. That provides us with an opportunity, when appropriate, to have input from a broader community, the university community, maybe the faculty, administration, students, and from the broader community as well. Providing that opportunity helps me really understand issues at a level where I feel I can make a thoughtful conclusion. There are various vehicles for introducing items for board action. Sometimes committees are the place where an item should be brought. They're not always suitable, but often are. There are examples where we've chosen a task force is a better vehicle. Something doesn't fit neatly in a community. mHealth is an example, looking at the general counsel, looking at the org chart of the president, a variety of searches, that can be a more effective structure. Work sessions of the board are an opportunity to notice an item has come to the attention of the board on which we may take action and can have good discussion. But whatever path we take, I really think, unless we have an emergency action, we need to docket and notice before we take a decision as a governance body. So I won't be participating in the discussion. I want you to know why.
Thank you, Regent Simmons. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following the non-discussion of Regent Simmons, I view this resolution as being a clarification of a policy that of an authority that's already reserved to the board, but it provides a clarification. I appreciate the concern about structure and process, but I do note that we oftentimes adjust that based on circumstances, and certainly from a public perception standpoint, we in both short-term and long-term have an issue here. As far as the actual conversation, Regent Simmons, when I was first returned to the board about a year ago, I was surprised to find that the board doesn't exercise oversight over certain specific contracts. And so when the question arose from Regent Hsu about addressing that, I didn't think it made sense for us to specifically identify a couple of specific positions, but rather identify a baseline whereby by consent the board would have these identified and authorized by the board. It was noted that we had a couple of consent items for over $100 million today. And it wasn't so much that we didn't take a specific point with those, it's the fact that if we had wanted to, we could. But since people were comfortable on the consent agenda, we passed it and it moves forward. And that's really the concept here. But for those that really stand out, this is an assurance that the board has a say about it. As to the dollar amount, which I think is the right question at this point, it comes to what we believe we owe to the people that we represent. And when you consider that the median income of the average Minnesota family is $58,000 for the household, you know, even at the governor's rate, it's not, that's a pretty substantial sum of money. And then it kind of becomes a matter of what can you meaningfully oversee and have you know, a realistic basis to have input. When we talk to people in the public and when we talk to legislators, one of the things that you hear routinely is that the university has an exceptionally large number of people paid into the mid to high six figures, and that doesn't exist in other places in the public sphere. And so I at least want to be able to tell them that we as a board have that presented as a consent agenda item, and we can give a basis for why we're doing that. I think that's accountability. I think it's good governance, and I think this is a good resolution. I personally would like that number to be lower, but for the purposes today, I think 250 is a decent number.
Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think Regent Hsu, I appreciate you bringing the issue forward. I'm not exactly. I don't love all of the language in your resolution. I actually think 350 is a better number, but I think the spirit of the resolution is the spirit of oversight. And so if there's a perception that there's a public frustration with some of the oversight, and I think that this is addressing those touch points on our decisions. I'm swayed, however, by Regent Simmons in terms of the process. So while I'm inclined to support the resolution, what I'd love to be able to do is to support the resolution in a committee process. So, I don't know if it's appropriate to refer it to committee, and if so, I'd certainly like to do that. I think that you deserve a commitment to having this issue discussed in full, as either a committee or a full body of the board, and I would strongly support doing that. But for that, I'll support your resolution, but I really do want to see the process come through more appropriately. And I agree that we shouldn't set salaries, and I don't think we want to do that, but I don't think this does that. I think what it does is that it provides a level of oversight by which we have that accountability and that process set in place. And I also have heard it said that this will scare away candidates, and I just don't buy that. I just simply don't buy that. I think good candidates want to have good relationships with their administration and with their board, and I think those relationships with something as strong as our forward-facing, high-profile employees, that relationship with the board is critical. That relationship with the administration is critical, and so I just don't buy the idea that building those relationships in this way couldn't be anything but a value add for the university. So, Regent Hsu, I don't know if you'd be willing to have a motion of referral. I certainly would like to do that. I don't think it's appropriate to bring it through today.
Regent Broad, you're asking the question about re-referral. You have the right authority to do that, refer to a committee. Thinking about that, the appropriate committee would be the Governance and Policy Committee, which comes under that policy.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate if maybe Regent Hsu might want to make that motion, and if not, I'd be happy to. I'm totally putting him on the spot.
We'll let him think about that. Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In principle, I oppose the notion of the board interviewing and approving salaries for additional people. I think it's fundamentally an administrative responsibility, and I agree with, we can't be making decisions of this magnitude with just a few days' notice. I went back and looked at when this board did have the power to approve coaches' contracts. I looked at the case of Clem Haskins when this board approved that in 1994. Coach Haskins came in for the committee, the board, the team was winning, the board approved unanimously that appointment, and then we end up with one of the largest scandals in the history of this. So I don't think the board has got special expertise to be approving appointments, and I'd love to be involved with this discussion and get into, this isn't the place for it, but I have pretty strong opinions about it.
Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. Thank you for the comments. I would say that we need to provide an oversight responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility to not have large contracts approved without our knowledge. I don't think Clem Haskins plays into this at all because I think at the time we approved of what we wanted to pay him. I think the fact that the board always has the responsibility and the oversight role, we haven't given that up. We just have chosen not to exercise our policy, which is the purpose of bringing this forward. Now, in addressing Regent Broad's comment, I would be happy to refer it to committee for the determination of the dollar figures. There are two figures in here. So if that's what you're proposing, I would be happy to do that.
Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we have to refer it to committee to consider the whole resolution, not just the dollar figure. So I would, but again, Regent Hsu, I think the discussion is important. I think the discussion over whether we have the right size of oversight for this university is critical. So I would move to refer this this resolution to the
Governance and Policy.
Governance and Policy Committee. Period.
Is there a second to the motion? Second. There's a motion and a second. Discussion on the referral of the resolution to the Governance and Policy Committee. Regent McMillan, you had raised your hand.
And I'll amend my thoughts to address that amended motion. I think that this is a classic balancing act between administrative responsibility, administrative efficiency, and our oversight responsibility. I think we need to exercise some degree of additional oversight here, especially in the realm of athletics, but I think the right way to do it, just like we request of our administration, don't bring us review and action items in the same month. We like to see something for review and then action at a later date when it's been better informed and better developed, as Regent Simmons highlighted. So I support taking this to governance and policy, but I think it needs a degree of emphasis in terms of the timeliness of it coming back too. So
I agree with that.
I would add just the board's sense, or at least those of us that may support it, that this doesn't go there for many months. I think it tailors nicely with President Kaler's resolution on an ad hoc group around the oversight of athletics more generally.
Okay, we have before us the broad motion of re-referral. Regent Rocha.
Mr. Chair, thank you. In relation to, in considering whether you want to refer it to committee versus having a motion today, I would just say that we have to be careful about taking a strong stand on a procedural issue, because obviously we deviate that from at times. You don't want to be standing up and demanding that we don't have the current president put forward a Supreme Court nominee only 20 years later to be complaining that this president or that this Congress won't vote on it, right, or the Senate. And we don't want to be in that situation. But I do want to, as it relates to this and as it relates to the need for oversight, Regent Beeson, you mentioned the Clem Haskins contract. I would note that in '95, he came before the board, and the board looked at the market, buyout issues, all those considerations, very, very well laid out by the president, and we passed it. We approved it. '96, they removed board oversight of the salaries, and they also moved academic advising into the basketball program. So board involvement certainly was not a causal actor in the challenges that we faced in that program. So I think that today it is an appropriate vote, but we can certainly have that discussion in the committee if it moves there.
Regent Cohen.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. I agree with both Regent Simmons and Beeson. I think that it's really important to continue the board's governance process and not to look at a resolution at the last minute. I also agree with Regent. I hear that there is a wide variety of opinions about whether or not we want to embark on this kind of oversight or not. And so I think having a committee discussion or a full board work session is appropriate. And so I definitely think it should not be approved today.
Regent Devine.
I call the question.
A calling of the question requires a 2/3 vote of the body.
Which question?
The questions before us. Referral. Requires a 2/3 vote of the body before we can call the question. There being 12 of us, 8 of us or more would have to vote in the affirmative to call the question. So it's non-debatable. I just want you to understand it. If that passes, then we will vote on the re-referral motion of Regent Broad. There is a second.
To his call the question.
I'm sorry. Mr. Steves informs me there needs to be a second to the call of the question. Is there a second to the call of the question?
I withdraw.
You withdraw. Okay. We have before us then the broad motion of re-referral to the Governance and Policy Committee. Is there further discussion? Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to wrap it up, Regent Rocha mentioned, we don't want to get too tied in procedural, and this is partially procedural, but I think it's also, for me, partially about getting the facts and having the conversation around the facts. And so I want to make it clear that my intent is to get those facts, but it's also my intent to have this issue come back to the full board at some point in the near future. And I don't know that we need to align that today, but I wanted to stake my intent that we end up getting a vote or further conversation on this as a full board. And I appreciate a yes vote on the re-referral.
Regent Anderson.
I don't I'll speak to both the amendment and the original deal. I don't necessarily think this is a bad idea to have a little bit more oversight on things like this. I have people talk to me all the time that say, wow, what's happening at the university? What are you Regents doing? How come you did this? I don't even know about it. But I also think we're asking a question here about a broad definition between executive level decisions and board action or oversight. And I think that needs to have a lot bigger discussion where we go before we get to the vote. Again, I don't think it's a bad idea, but I think we need a lot more discussion on where it goes.
Regent Omari.
Thank you, Chair. I think that this discussion proves that we need more discussion on this, and no matter where we land as individuals or a full board does not have any bearing on whether or not we're accountable to the people or the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Regent Hsu, you have the last comment, and then we'll vote on the re-referral.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for your consideration of this. I'm not sure exactly what we're voting on next, but what I'll say is that it is incredible that we cannot come to, that we're going to move this to committee on procedural grounds. I did ask for it to be on the docket. I want that clear and on the record. I did also speak to others about this over time, not just over the last couple days. However, I do think that we all need to provide a little bit more oversight, because our discussion today on tuition is related to this. Without the board's oversight over the last 20 years on hires and salaries being paid to university employees, we have created a situation where we have had to raise tuition significantly to cover costs associated with the number of employees. For example, the Wall Street Journal article that came out before my time on the board was a major problem for the university because of the high administrative costs. We tried to address that in a number of ways. However, in the update that we all received on the Wall Street Journal information after the job project was completed, to my dismay, we now have 676 more employees than we did in 2012. And I think we have not provided enough oversight, and now we're facing the necessity to continue to raise tuition or other revenue to cover all these costs going forward. So I think it's extremely important that we, whether we take 2 months to think about this or whatever, I think it's very important for us to come back with some type of reasonable number.
On the motion to re-refer. On the motion to re-refer. Further discussion. Regent Omari.
I think that it's unfair to, thank you, Mr. Chair, it's unfair to throw out a number that we're growing employees, we're growing students, we're growing services, we want to have a 250 ratio of advisors to one student. To throw out that we have more employees is a very just blanket, and I think if you're going to do that, you need to provide a lot more context than that. That's just picking up a media bite.
On the motion to re-refer, Regent Simmons.
I want to make sure I understand what we're voting on. We're first going to vote to move this item to the governance committee, and then we're going to vote on the resolution.
No.
There's a motion and second about the resolution on the floor.
No, the higher motion is a re-referral motion to the committee. If that passes, that completes that activity and action on that resolution.
Thank you.
If it does not pass, then the resolution is before us.
Thank you.
Very good. On the motion to re-refer, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No. No.
The motion prevails. Is there any more new business to come before the board?
Mr. Chair.
Regent Rocha.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate everyone's tolerance to whatever extent it's provided since it's so late. But I have a resolution that has been out, and I would ask, has it been distributed, Mr. Steves?
Coming out right now.
Okay, thank you. And is this something that I could ask the Executive Secretary to read to the group, or do we?
We'll have a copy, Regent Rocha, here momentarily. Why don't you explain the concept that you are proposing?
All right. Well, and again, I appreciate your indulgence, and certainly didn't expect it to be this deep into the day when this came up. Understanding that this resolution will have to overcome the hurdle of the procedural question that we just discussed, this one is an exception to the extent that it is intended to address a process that is going on right now, and if it's referred to committee, it will not be timely. The intent of this is to indicate that we are at a very important moment for the institution, at least as it relates to our intercollegiate athletics. Now, I would give the obligatory comment that that is not the fundamental mission of the institution, but we all understand that it's a very significant component of what we do, and for a majority of people in the state, it is the thing that they most know the university for. And as we are in this process of identifying the person to come in and take over and lead our Twin Cities Division I Intercollegiate Athletics, it strikes me that it is important for the president in his deliberations for making that recommendation and for the search committee that he has chartered to find the best possible candidates, that we provide guidance to the president as to what it is we are looking for in a broad policy way. This is an issue that to address any concerns that this is short notice, this is something that I have been discussing with leadership and I believe with the president now for over 6 months, in saying that as we go forward, this is the time for us to provide this input. We all are familiar with the challenges that we've had in some of the highest profile sports, and we understand other issues that come up, and I don't think that we're alone as an institution with an intercollegiate athletics department where matters arise with students and with academics and other things, but on balance we've been quite exceptional. But to the extent that we want to identify someone who is going to move forward and be bold in their assessment of the programs that we have, I think that this is the kind of guidance that we should be providing to the president and his committee as they move forward. I asked the question, if not now, when? If not us, then who? And so I would very much appreciate your support on forming a committee to provide all board members to provide that input as to the direction we want to see, so that when the president and the committee are looking for the athletic director candidate to be presented to this board, they are looking for the skill sets that are consistent with what we are providing for direction for the future of that department. So I would move the resolution, Mr. Chair.
There's been a motion on the resolution related to intercollegiate athletics. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. The resolution is before us. Discussion. Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regent Rocha and I we hadn't had a chance to talk about this before a few minutes ago, but I'm going to oppose the motion partly on the grounds that Regent Simmons has outlined before. This is, for some of us, this is really new information. But secondly, I think that the job description for this position contemplates some of the projects and some of the issues that you've outlined here. And I would expect that when the president and the board approve the permanent athletic director, that one of the first things this person's going to need to begin to address is a business plan. And the business plan is going to have a lot of elements. It'll include a couple of things that you've talked about, budgeting principles. It'll talk about prioritization of sports. It needs to deal with the athletic village and fundraising. It needs to deal with Title IX. But I think it's premature for us to talk about a structure at the board level until that person gets in and until they've got a plan put together that addresses these and the other dozens of items that we know need addressing. So I would ask for a no vote on this, but I appreciate the, I want to hold on to the ideas because they're on the table.
Thank you. Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Regent Rocha, thanks for bringing this forward in a revised form. I strongly opposed your last resolution, and I'm inclined to support this one. I think this is very different than Regent Shu's resolution, which I offered a re-referral motion on, because this is actually about getting the facts and setting principles and having the structure in which to have those conversations and bring that back to the board. So I see them very differently in terms of the process. I think it's common in organizations at certain times to tighten the reins. And at the very least, to take a look at whether we have the right size or the appropriate oversight. And I think that what this is inclined to do is to give us that opportunity to evaluate the oversight and to evaluate the structure that we're looking forward to working with our new athletic director in ensuring success and excellence in athletics here at the University of Minnesota. So I support your resolution.
Further comments? Regent Lucas.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. I applaud Regent Rocha for bringing this forward. I think it is timely to start thinking about how we can avoid the kind of turmoil that we've looked at for the last year and what the appropriate governance is. I appreciate the fact that the resolution is limited in scope and includes the coordinate campuses. I think that's something that we have not addressed, or at least I know very little about it. I guess I agree with Regent Broad on this. I think this is a little bit different from the other resolution, and I would think that the timing of this doesn't allow us the opportunity to send it back to committee and regurgitate all the, the ins and outs of it, because the time is now to think about this. But I really would want it to be limited in scope and to include the coordinate campuses.
Further discussion, Regent Anderson.
I too I'm inclined to support this, although I have some reservations. I jotted down a couple things. I guess, I don't really know what budgeting principles mean, and I don't know when it says, and criteria for prioritizing sports offered by the University of Minnesota. Does that mean we want a list and say we think football's the #1 sport we want here, we want gymnastics second, we want to add lacrosse someday? I don't really understand what that means. In a very preliminary potential job description for the athletic director, we're asking the new athletic director to develop and implement an ongoing strategic plan that is reflective of the mission, values, and visions of intercollegiate athletics in the University of Minnesota, and develop and administer an annual budget for the department. So again, my question is on the budgetary principles. I like this, but maybe we want to go and say we want to develop a strategic plan that is reflective of the mission, values, and vision, so that athletic director comes in, knows what those are. That's my question.
Regent Simmons, please.
Thank you. Apparently some of you have been discussing this issue. I'm not one of those people who has, so I don't have the same level of engagement with it. I don't know how this relates to what the job description of the athletic director will be that is going to be reviewed by some people. So I believe there's other information that would be important to me in knowing what to do on this, so I won't be supporting it.
Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure why these two issues were selected as opposed to other issues that are going to be in front of the director, the Title IX issue, and these seem to sort of elevate these issues as the most important, and I don't know that they are. So I could see an alternative structure after the athletic director is on board, about immediately getting them here and talking about a plan and maybe having some regent involvement with that. But it seems arbitrary that we picked the items that are identified here. Again, I haven't been part of the informal network that's been talking about this, so I'm a little at a disadvantage.
Regent Omari.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. I think the first thing that maybe I'll do is offer to Regent Rocha to perhaps address some of the questions that have been asked, and then I'll comment.
All right. Mr. Chair.
Regent Rocha.
Thank you. To get to the questions that Regent Anderson was discussing and leaving other comments or commentary that I would respond to aside, the concept of the budgetary principles and then the priorities is actually what you're describing gets to the point. We've had conversations, I think there's a bit of a mixed thought, but there is a continuing conversation from a budgetary standpoint. Where should at least in the Twin Cities, what should the budgetary expectations be? Should we have an unlimited coverage of any overexpending? Should we say we're going to put in X dollars? Should we say we expected a balanced budget, or should we expect it to actually contribute funds back to the institution based on the value of the assets? And that this is something that we as a board, unlike Regent Simmons referred to, some people will be talking about this. Well, it should be the board fundamentally responding to this very important policy question. And actually, Regent Anderson, when you talked about the values and the vision, that is what this is. What are our values and what is our vision? Without going into the technical details, I don't want to go in and tell the person how to do his or her job. I do want to tell the person that we have an expectation that from a financial standpoint, this is the accountability, this is where we expect you to be. And then as it relates to the sports that we provide today, may someday provide, that the priority of how we view sports and our relationship with the state of Minnesota is we want a sport that is, that provides revenue to itself as a value, or one that is very popular among youth, one that has a spectator base. I mean, different things of that variety. I think we can come to some general principles that will help guide the president and the committee in their selection. If we don't do it now, you may end up with a hire that is a perfectly competent hire, but for a different vision. And so this is the time that we would put that forward. Now, if we are not timely and the process moves forward, then we still have the ability with this committee to work with the whole board to come up with that vision in order to provide guidance to the president and the athletic director going forward.
Regent Cohen.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. To me, this seems a little bit as though this is what I'm hoping our athletic director will discern. It says it's prioritizing the sports offered. To me, that's what our new athletic director should take a look at and then give us some guidance. Then I'd be glad to look at a recommendation from the athletics department and say, well, yes, I think this is really important, or no, I don't. But to me, it's a reversal of what the board's job versus the administration and the athletic department's role. And so I don't support the resolution. Budgeting principles, to me, that's the job of somebody who becomes an athletic director. If I were a member of the committee of 16 who has now been selected to choose an athletic director, I might be a little upset that the board is now going to take on setting several principles. Also, it was my understanding that we had two board representatives, Regent Lucas and Regent Anderson, that did advise the president on some of these issues. So I'm going to be voting against the resolution.
Further discussion?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Regent Omari.
Thank you. I agree that the significant changes to this I appreciate them. I was not going to support it with some of the other components, but I actually think it makes sense to me to do it. I think that the two people who are on that liaison committee seem to be in favor of some of these components, which also makes sense. And I look at this, in many ways as the first three paragraphs here are lines. I mean, this is an opportunity to look at one of our functions that's highly profiled, just like we've done academic health, just like we have a governance committee looking at things right now, and not necessarily a large reaction to one thing in particular. So I seconded it. I'll also vote for it.
Further discussion? A couple of comments, if I may. If I'm a potential athletic director candidate at the University of Minnesota and are listening to this discussion and doing my homework as provided through the search committee, that's the National Search Committee, I'm beginning to think the University of Minnesota, they have a president who I'm going to answer to. They have a 16 to 18 member citizen search committee. They have 2 regents on advising the president. Now they're going to put 6 more regents on this. And I'm going to scratch my head and say, what kind of job am I getting myself into? Because if I'm qualified as an athletic director, whomever, These are the very things that I'm going to do and be expected to do on behalf of the president and this board. Now, this looks good, it sounds good, but my fellow regents, it does not get us to where we want to go. We cannot be confused with the success, the wins and losses of the Department of Athletics about this. We're in the process of hiring an athletic director, and in my opinion, we need to give that athletic director the empowerment and the authority to work with the president on these matters. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, it's just the way that if this resolution passes, I think we're going to tie the hands and have less interest from very, very capable candidates. Because just take a step back, if you're that person, you want to be able to come and administer and manage the Department of Athletics to the best of your professional ability and be responsible to the president and yes, to the board. Now, each of you are going to vote as you vote, and most times I don't say, or I'm not trying to influence you, but I'm asking you to think about it in that context of hiring a new athletic director. Regent Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to give an alternative vantage point on what a candidate might view when they look at this opportunity. I think actually this gives a new athletic director and a candidate who might be considering us for athletic director a strong sense of positivity toward understanding with clarity what the principles this board and this university wants to operate under. And so they can do their job, but now they will have the principles from which to do that job. So rather than scare people away, I actually think that setting principles in place gives people the parameters from which they can run with. So the parameters aren't going to say athletic director X, go do X, Y, and Z. It'll say, here's the principles that this university wants to operate under, and we want you to go in and do your job. So I look at it a little bit differently relative to how candidates might view us setting principles. I happen to think that setting principles and creating clarity does nothing but create better relationships no matter who that person is in the organization.
To that point, Regent Broad, I'd say the gentleman to my left is in charge of setting those principles as president of this university.
I think we are,
yes,
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect.
Okay. Regent Simmons.
I just want to express my appreciation that we have two regents, Regent Anderson, Regent Lucas, who are involved in the athletic director search. I appreciate your work, and I have a lot of confidence in the value you'll bring to that for the university and for this board. I don't understand if this is going to be a one-time recommendation, ongoing oversight. It's a committee, an ad hoc committee. So I would love to see us have an engagement with the athletic director, the president, our regents who've been close to this as we go forward, and make sure our principles are clearly articulated and clearly aligned. I don't think this is the way or time to do it.
Regent Devine.
This discussion that started, rightly, Darren or Regent Rocha brought this up several months ago, and there's been discussion, at least in some corners of the board, about relative to trying to deal with this motion and deal with this as a topic. I struggle right now listening to the discussions that have gone on this, and I listen very carefully to the procedures and the methodology that we face in terms of trying to go through these things. I also, at this point, recognize the signaling that we're sending out relative to the work of the committee and relative to the work of what the athletic department's job is in terms of dealing with this going forward. The athletic department's got a lot of good people there, and I think they've done a good job, by and large, over a long period of time. They've served the institution well, and moving into their space right now without a really deep kind of consideration about what we're doing here right now. 11 of you have weighed in, and I think that at this point, I'm not comfortable going forward with this until we've got a bigger picture about what we're trying to accomplish by doing this. It's not that I'm not supportive of what we're trying to, of what the overall thing of what you're trying to do right now. and the comments that others of you have made, because I do respect that. But I think that we're stepping over the process here of the way that the board operates, and I think that we need to give this a little bit more deliberation between all of us. And it's not that we can't readdress this. The urgency of today is not significant to me in terms of trying to deal with this right now. And it's not to discount the fact of what's being offered up here right now in terms of trying to accomplish this. But I'm not going to support it at this point. I think we need to evaluate it more between us and then reach a conclusion on how we want to go forward with this.
Thank you, Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to react to your comments. I think that I'm not looking to approve, which we will have approval over. I'm not looking to approve an athletic director that is going to be scared away or that you think we would be scaring away. I don't think we need those types of candidates. We need the candidates who understand that the board has oversight over athletics and that they need to work with the board within the parameters set by the board. The president is an employee who works for the board, who we've directed to operate our athletics department. And I think we need to be clear that we are the ones on the hook at the end of the day for oversight of athletics. And that's what this resolution provides, and I will support it.
Thank you. Regent Anderson.
I have really grave concerns over some of the wording, and I have Regent Rocha has been trying to bring this up for 6 months, and it took to the day we're going to hire an athletic director to do it. And I think that's kind of an aside to Regent Rocha. I mean, we should have given him more credence way back when he wanted to. But I really, I am one of the two regents, Regent Lucas and I, who has sat with some of the committee, the search firm. I really, really worry about undermining the search for a great athletic director, doing it at this time. I sat with the search firm, as did Regent Lucas, and they said, if we bring you a great candidate who can turn the game around in Minnesota, can you convince your board members to pay him? I said, I think we can. So it might take some convincing, but we can. I think we got hundreds of thousands, not a million, Gopher fans that are looking for a great athletic director to come in and do something great at Minnesota. And I really, really worry. I understand the oversight and the vision and values. I have my own vision and values. I think the Department of Athletics should actually be able to contribute to the mission of the school, with scholarship money for general students and things like that. And I think if we get the right athletic director, we can do that. I mean, we can do it. It's kind of what was my concern about the dotted line today. The search firm told me that the great athletic directors, they want to report right to the president. They don't want to report to somebody in between. And that was my concern about the dotted line. I just think we're going to undermine. I really appreciate Regent Rocha for bringing us forward. I just worry about the timing of it all right now.
Okay, as we come to the end here of debate, discussion, Regional Mari.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think that they're inseparable, but however, they are different. We're talking about principals and not hiring an athletics director. This isn't about hiring an athletics director. It's about the principles that are going to guide intercollegiate athletics. And quite honestly, it sounds like maybe even some of the, be it resolved, it might need to even be broader than just the budgeting principles and what's listed in here. So we're talking about principles that, of course, will potentially have implications for who wants to come here. And if somebody doesn't want to come here, then they don't want to come here. However, we're not hiring the athletics director through this. I just want to make sure. And if Regent Rocha, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Regent Cohen.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. Also, to me, it says budgeting principles. We may want to look at some values, vision, principles about athletic department. So there's some specifics, but I don't want to go into the specifics. And also, I think our process for a board, we utilize committees or people who are appointed to advise the president. And in some ways, I think it's saying to the people we put on work groups or special, I know that the people who are advising for the finance, for the new finance officer, we're saying to those people, well, we're going to have another committee that's going to do exactly what you're doing. Again, it just reinforces for me that I think this isn't the time or the place to do this.
Regent Beeson?
I'll pass, Mr. Chairman.
Regent Lucas?
Thank you, Chair. I listened carefully to what my colleague, Regent Anderson, said. I really think that this is about principles, and the two that are listed in the resolution are, not overarching enough. I think that they're a little bit limiting. So I wonder also about the timing, but I think that overall, this board needs to be more involved in oversight of athletics and to have some general principles that we're not going to deviate from, but I can understand if we don't want to do it right now.
Regent Rocha, I'm going to give you the last opportunity, but we have one or two more, and we'll have you concluding remarks, and then we'll take the vote, okay? Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What Regent Lucas just said struck me that, and maybe we've made a full circle, and this may be where Regent Rocha started with, is it is our job, Regent Broad, I agree with you, it's our job to set principles. But these principles are too narrow. This is not overarching enough, and maybe we begin focusing on guiding principles for the athletic department. I have no problem with that. And when and how we do that, I don't think we need one for all our other searches, but this has enough unique sort of, public aspects to it that I think this job warrants a set of guiding principles. Because it can also inform us about coaches' salaries without tying people in. It can inform us about other areas of hiring.
Regent Rocha, concluding remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate that this has brought out a robust discussion about how we have discussions. I want to make clear that this does not tread on the search committee. In fact, were I sitting on the search committee and I'm John Q. Public or Jane Q. Public and just got the phone call saying, will you serve on this committee? I would want to know where the board is. What is the board looking for? Regent Anderson, your comment was absolutely dead on with what I'm talking about. You said, I'd like to see the athletic department contribute back. That's a very different person than someone who thinks they're going to come in under the current model of the board covering all costs. You may look for someone with a little more financial savvy or at least with the ability to take on some cost containment issues. That's what I'm getting at. And what strikes me on this board is how hard we work to not provide our input on issues of policy. And by not giving direction, we fight so very hard and we fight about process and procedure. This is simply an opportunity for a committee of the board. And it doesn't necessarily, I would actually be flexible on the size issue, but I do think a good-sized board gives us a broader view. This is setting the policy of what we have this department for. It is not to tell the president how to do his job. It's not to tell, in fact, it's specifically not to do that. These are the principles that we think are important in relation to this very high-profile enterprise. Now you use your administrative moxie to get this done. That's the expectation. And I would think that an athletic director that doesn't want that kind of guidance is not the kind of athletic director you want. We need to work together. We're a public institution with a public that's starving for a really clear review of what we do because they want to see us be successful. And so from that standpoint, I find it troubling. I find it troubling that we spend more time fighting to prevent us from giving our input on things. This is an opportunity for us to work with the president, give him clear guidance, and then let him run the institution.
Regent Rocha, here's my sense of where we are. I think you have some valid points, valid ideas, valid thoughts. But I also think, listening to the comments of our colleagues, there probably is not the votes to advance this. I don't know for sure, but just the sense I'm having. Now, rather than defeat it, would you be open to refer this to a committee so that we might engage with the Department of Athletics, with the administration, and come back in May? And that'll still be in the time frame in which the ongoing search for their athletic director. What I'm getting at is I don't want to dismiss out of hand your idea, your resolution. And if I may be wrong, maybe there are the votes here, and no one's told me how they're going to vote. But would you be open to that suggestion, a referral to the, in fact, you're the vice chair of the Committee of Academic and Student Affairs.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate your intent and thought. My first reaction is that the value of doing it, a major value from my perspective, and I probably shouldn't have vacillated by saying if we don't get it done in time then, but is to help this committee and the president identify someone with the skill sets that will take us in that broad direction. And so what I would find attractive is if we have some mechanism for communicating with the president about those interests. And I think that he probably has a pretty good sense that business as usual is not going to help our program. If the expectation is then we will work to put together an opportunity for the board to give guiding principles in the ongoing operation, I would find that to be appropriate.
So are you suggesting that we set the resolution aside or refer it, or just have a ladies and gentlemen's understanding going forward that we need to be more intentional about the matters in athletics?
I would ask, Mr. Chair, I would ask that if, for the president's view of that, of what I just described, and then I would like to react following that.
Very good. Mr. President, please.
Thank you, Chair Johnson, Regent Rocha. I've been quiet for a long time. It's hard for me. I appreciate the intention and the idea behind this. I will say quickly, though, that the timing is probably such that we can identify the athletic director more rapidly than we can do the work that's laid out here. But I think it is very important that the board have this discussion and we together arrive at a vision and set of principles around intercollegiate athletics in general. And I would stress the need for that conversation to include the coordinate campuses in the ways that they are different and need that same guidance. I think having criteria for prioritizing sports at the board level gives all of us an enormous air cover, and that's actually helpful. I think I can give you the budgeting principles for athletics we use now. We have adopted a competitive model, so we are going to compensate our coaches and develop programs so that we are competitive in the Big Ten. That's certainly a decision you can revisit. I think backing off would be very unpopular amongst our fan base. And we do have the opportunities for enhanced media revenue, as we've discussed, that I think will change the budget allocation. I do think providing a couple of $1 million in historical accord with the money the state provided for Title IX is appropriate. I don't think the department needs to be fully self-sufficient, including that. So I would suggest that this could be encapsulated as a regular agenda item on one of the existing committees. We do have the athletic director report periodically. Those could be enhanced. But I'll finish by saying that I do welcome the engagement of the board in this important matter, and I think the governance level is setting principles and vision and then turning it over to the rest of us to run.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Avoiding the overwhelming temptation to address the discussion of the underlying principles that, from the comments that the President made, I will accept that provided the seconder is on board. And I will trust that the chair will identify the appropriate avenue. I think it would be a committee of the whole type matter in terms of it obviously draws interest from the entire board. But to that extent, rather than conducting the vote for the vote's sake, I think that the goodwill that I will obviously be developing by withdrawing this resolution will lead to a healthier discussion, and I look forward to talking with you on that, Mr. President. So with the seconder's approval, I would withdraw the resolution to be placed in an appropriate place at the guidance of the chair.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. Regent Omari, do you concur with, as a seconder of the motion?
Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other new business? Regent Shu.
Actually, I did prepare another resolution regarding the 2016-17 budget framework. However, due to the interest of time, if I could get a commitment from the President to bring us options related to a potential resident decrease in tuition is in our next discussion in May, I'll spare you all another discussion on tuition.
Regent Shu, did I hear you correctly? A commitment of residential reduction in tuition?
An option for that in the
option?
budget discussion.
Mr. President?
Mr. Chair, Regent Shu, I will honor your request to do that. I will tell you that it is probably a not very attractive option. I think you've done some homework with Vice President Fitzenreiter that shows the kind of hole that would be created. But if you want to see that, we can bring it.
Thank you. I will not be introducing this.
Okay, very good. Is there any other new business? Any other new business? The chair would seek a motion for adjournment.
So move.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.